Yo, let me turn this shit down. What is going on? Damn, I have not been paying attention at all. Oh, what is up? What is up? What is going on? Hey, Mayo's already in here. What's going on, Mayo? Kyle's here. No Chase is always in the building. Thanks for popping up. Thanks for showing out. Locksmith Jeremy BM. What's going on? Willie D. All right, let's do this. Hey, as long as not drink. Okay. What up, big time? What's going on? How's everyone doing today? You know, I don't know about y'all, but I like taking naps, man. I think I done got into my old. Well, I already know I got into my old phase where I take naps. I get home. You know, sit down. I take me a fucking nap almost instantly. I don't know about y'all, but naps are a pivotal portion. What the fuck is this? Naps are a pivotal portion of my life. Oh, I love when these people want to give me a loan for my house. It's great. It's awesome. Goes where everything else goes in the trash. Thing. Yeah, it's probably it. All right. What up, Samuel? What's going on, man? So it's there's nothing big that I have really to talk about, but I I really didn't do anything this weekend besides talk with the same motherfuckers I talk with every day. I really didn't even go on Fight Club. I really I did go to the beach, but I didn't really do a whole lot this weekend. I pretty much rested, rejuvenated myself. It's very important, especially for people that go live every day, uh, work every day. So you work every day, then you do at least a 4 hour stream as well. No matter who's on there, I'm still gonna be on there, right? So even then, you gotta rest, rejuvenate yourself, right? So that's pretty much what I did this weekend. I did talk a lot of shit, but you know, I was able to just get my stuff. Them gray hairs getting to you heavy. No, they're not getting to me. I mean, I'm used to them now. I just like taking naps when I can. Ain't nothing wrong with Ain't nothing wrong with taking naps. Let's see me. I think that shit's pretty loud. Let me turn it down some more. All right, we're gonna really put that in the background. So there is some news today that we had a shooting in a bank, and where was that at? Nashville? What? Louisville? That's right. Jesus Christ. There's a shooting in Louisville. That's one thing I'm gonna definitely talk about, but it doesn't fit the narrative. So it's only gonna be just like the school shooting. Doesn't fit the narrative. You don't even hear about that shit no more. Same way you don't hear about the child in Colorado who shot the two deans. Didn't fit the narrative, so it stopped being talked about. Yeah, the 6-year-old that shot the teacher was a black student. Didn't fit the narrative. Uh, it's gonna be swept underneath the rug, and it doesn't even make sense to continue talking about this shit that's gonna get swept underneath the rug because we allow it. We allow this shit to be swept underneath the rug, or we're too much of a sheep to not. Oh, Jesus Christ, but we're too much of sheep not to actually do anything about it. And there's nothing really we can do about it. To be honest with you, there's not too much besides protest, and I'm not protesting at all. You won't find me out there picket fencing and all that. Nope. Just let me know when the bullets start flying. That's what you need to let me know. Let me know when the bullets start flying. Then we can talk. But doing that protest shit, you motherfuckers ain't real. Ain't no one real. Ain't no one really. There's no one that's real about a situation that's gonna sit there and protest the entire time and think I'm gonna make sure it's real. That shit ain't real. You're doing it for something. And it's kind of funny how we keep getting all the. To me, um, the detractors, right? All these things have been happening later to distract you from something big going underneath the scene. That's the thing. They wouldn't even let this shit hit the sunlight if they weren't trying to hide for something else. And that's how I look at it. When they're trying to hide for something else, they make these stories bigger than normal stories that happen. I mean, think about it. They ain't even talk about the weekend shootings in Chicago. Why? Everyone knows it doesn't fit the narrative, and people are tired of hearing about it. So they're not going to talk about that shit. All right. They're not going to talk. They're not talking about the mayor of Chicago that's just as bad as Lori Lightweight, according to Black Certified. Lori Lightweight, or Beetlejuice as I call her, and other people call that. So I think this is all a smoke screen. Even with this bank shooting, right? We all know it doesn't even fit the narrative. Only reason why they're bringing it up is because it was 9 people that was injured. They're not even decrying that it was an AR-15 style weapon that did the mass so-called shooting. They're not even pushing that far. They just they say assault rifle. Oh, they call it long assault rifle. Wow. How many are the short ones? Well, those are banned or trying to be banned. All right, let's see what the chat is saying right now. What's you was Fight Club on Friday? Yeah, I did go to Fight Club on Friday. That's true. Saturday looked really boring, so I didn't want to join. Sunday, I just went to sleep. I went to bed like at 9 o'clock. I'm not even gonna lie. Even though I didn't sleep until almost 3 o'clock in the morning, I still went to bed at 9. Or at least 9:30, some shit like that. The one who got arrested planning the Colorado shooting. Yeah, that one too. A lot of these things that don't fit the narrative that they're not speaking about and it's getting swept underneath the rug. I was actually surprised that what was it? Where the kids shot? Where they won that? The Tennessee one, where they shot up to 6. Is it the one at Tennessee that shot up to 6 kids? I mean, 3 those 3 kids. Nashville, yeah. Should have happened in Nashville. I was surprised that lasted more than 3 days. I was heavily shocked that it lasted more than 3 days. Big Time Virginia. From Big Time Virginia, she was suing for 40 million. Who was suing? Oh. He is further left in Beetlejuice. That's what I've been hearing. I haven't really looked and listened to none of his policies or anything that what he want to give, but I did hear him say he wanted to fund the piece, and when he asked him 3 or 4 times, he said he didn't do it. And then when the tape is being pulled, oh yeah, I I did say that. Yeah. Had to run off. I'm black. I'm back with what's top. There's not really a topic right now. I just wanted to watch a couple videos that I have and then talk about what's up, Sean Down. What up, Bob? Talk about what actually happened on the bank shooting. I don't really know too much about it, but I did pull up a video, well, a live stream that, of course, they have black black police chiefs that's going to talk about it. It's great. I've never seen. So here's my problem with what people always talk about. They always say that black people don't run things. Black people don't. We're not in position of power. We're not this. We're not that. The teacher who was shot by the 6-year-old, she is suing school for 40 million. I would sue their ass too. Yeah, sue they ass. Exactly. I would sue their ass too. I mean, I think how many days of coverage did that get? 1 or 2 days? Not even that long. Shocking. Have you heard anything lately about the spill in Jesus Christ, Ohio? Have you heard anything about that? Did they get that all cleaned up? Can people drink the water? Breathe the air? Have we heard anything about that? No. It's crazy. A lot of things are being moved along because it's showing how fucked up this economy is, how life in America is, even though, a lot of things happen. I get it. A lot of things happen every day. They can't continue to cover the same things over and over because, I mean, it's a 24-hour news cycle. I get it. But when you start to bring something in the forefront, especially when you put it on federal TV, I mean federal media, or I'll say federal media because it's owned by the Democrat Party, so federal media, and you bring it to the forefront, and it's supposed to be against everything that y'all claim to be. It's supposed to be against, especially when they use a long rifle or a long assault rifle, or however they want to justify the term these days. Uh, it should get more attention than a fucking couple hours. But Biden announced, but Biden announced Biden 24 today. Oh, he did. Oh, wow. I didn't even know that. I know he was holding off. I thought he was going to wait just a little bit longer before making that decision. That's a shock. Well, I know that's a good point. Even the Biden announcement that he's going to be running for president in 2024, he was they were talking about he was freezing out other potential candidates by not announcing that he's actually going to run for 2024. So I know he was freezing out other willing candidates. So I mean, there's a but yeah, okay. Oh man, would you big time? Would you sue for $40 million? That's not. I think that's low, and that's too low, right? To me personally, that's too low. 40 million. That's not enough. Think about all the school funding. I want them schools to be in shambles after I get done suing them. Let me get shot at the school. It's going to be in shambles. God damn it! I'm suing everybody. I got a clip of Uncle Tom on Fight Club. We'll send when I get a moment. They find. Oh, I don't even remember. I don't even remember what they were talking about on fucking Fight Club. That's how. It's not that convenient. I don't remember half the shit I say. I was drinking, so. But you know what? Let me. I have this sitting in the wrong spot. Mm, Of course, it's not even up. Of course, I don't have that up. Uh, come on, come on. For some reason, my internet connection is like jumping, but it's not. It's not moving differently. So I guess that's good. All right. Uh, did this is what I wanted to talk about first, which is actually affecting a majority of people in America that are having children. Let's put it that way, because it's not really affecting me at all. Uh, Let me pause that. Of course, they got to give you a Tylenol ad, right? They got to give you that Tylenol ad to make sure they're gonna keep y'all motherfuckers, well drugged up. So, is it gonna be that small? The fuck? All right, I guess it doesn't want to go full screen. I guess. Uh, let's watch it on the YouTube. There we go. Watch it on the YouTube. Oh, okay. So how's she not working? Oh my god, this is annoying. People will be goddamn fooled over everybody even more than they were last time. They're gonna vote for the idiot, man. All right, a common abortion pill status is in limbo after decision from Texas federal judge reversed the FDA's approval of the drug. I can't remember the fucking name of it. Uh, Milfreprex, Milfreprestone, whatever the fuck. Yeah, they reversed the banning of reversed course on being able to use or buy or um uh, uh use the abortion pill, and then right after the judge ruling in Texas, one in Washington, state, of course, of all places. You have the deletion drug. You're absolutely right. A judge in Washington decided to put a stay on it for right now. Oh, what up? The medication is still available, not for now, but conflicting decisions could escalate the case to the Supreme Court. Which we're all, you can come up. You're not it. Yeah, that's weird because you have two conflicting court decisions, right? So right now, as they, there's another video I'm going to watch on this. Thomas, where? Why am I weird? This thing is crazy. FDA first authorized, that word, for medication abortions in September 2004, up to 7 years, up to 7 weeks gestation. Typically used in combination with misoprostol to induce an abortion or help manage early miscarriage. Now account for more than half of all U.S. abortions, according to the Guttmacher Institute. Guttmacher. What? All right, so I know the leftists are gonna go crazy on that. The leftoids are gonna go crazy on that because, abortion at all costs. Let them say it. You know what I mean? All right. Oh, how you doing, good sir? How are you? How are you?
What's up, player? What you talking about?
Well, right now we're talking about the district court that shot down the drug mifepristone, which is an abortion drug that they use up to 17 weeks. What do you think about that? And then they had a judge in Washington State who said, "Nah, we ain't gonna allow that to happen." So right now we have conflicting judgments for the abortion pill, which in terms, how they said they want to go send it back to states.
Yeah, so this is a state doing it.
Well, Texas State did it first. Well, is doing it, trying to ban the use or not even the use really, because the thing about it is, once it becomes illegal, all these other places are gonna buy it up in droves, so they have actual shit on hand to be able to give
that's
out.
that's damn near half the pregnancy.
Yes. So in that case, they're gonna drive up the price of this abortion pill. It's a way to make money. It's big pharma.
These hoes don't want to take more than half the pills, huh?
That's what I'm saying. This is big pharma working right here. They're working at what? This is my thinking, right? You get everyone in a panic. We already got all these different. People, all these different states that are doing different things as far as the deletion rate, or deletion laws, right? Whether it's you're in a state that has it or don't have it, you have they have you up in arms about that. So, which way is to continue to make money? Hey, just like the insurance is no longer paying for the C19 stab. So if they're not paying for it no more, I guess it's gonna be an arm and a leg for you. It's a way to drive up prices, man. That's the way I'm looking at it.
I think it's going to be the opposite.
You think it's gonna be the opposite? It's gonna drive down the price?
I think people not going to get it. I think if they're not paying for it anymore, that means the government isn't subsidizing. That means the people are not getting it.
Sure, but that still doesn't negate that they're gonna drive up the price of it.
I just don't think people are going to get it anymore. I think the demand is just not going to be in.
Well, it's already been lower, as low as it's going to be right now. Besides the zealots that really want this.
Who the hell is Adolf Hitler?
He's been here, or he or she's been in here for a while.
You said
What is the topic
you gave
tonight?
her. She got a wrench.
Huh? I don't know if they got a wrench. I don't do that wrench shit. You know that. What's up, Ruthless? What's going on? So, oh shit. Oh man, I don't want that.
I still don't understand. So what state is this in?
Texas is the one doing it. I'm about to play it. I'm about to find this video again. It's actually a good video. I don't know why it's going for 2 years. Well, we can listen to this one.
Democrats are slamming a decision by a federal judge in Texas, a decision to suspend the FDA's longtime approval of the abortion pill mifepristone. It's one of two approved pills used to carry out what is more than half of the country's legal abortions. Shortly after the Texas ruling, just to make things really complicated, a Washington state judge blocked changes to mifepristone's availability on behalf of 17 states and the District of Columbia that are suing to expand access. The Biden administration has condemned the Texas ruling, not the Washington one. Here's Vice President Kamala Harris with reaction.
There is no question that the president and I are going to stand with the women of America and do everything we can to ensure that women have the ability to make decisions about their health care, their reproductive health care, in a manner that is what they need, and they decide that, not their government.
Joining us now is CBS News political director Finn Gomez with more on this conversation. Finn, there are political repercussions here.
So you heard that part, right? They're gonna make sure they stand with the women of the United States for, us to be able to block. But the same argument is not being made for men, which is it's annoying as fuck to me, man.
If you live in Texas by now and liberal, shouldn't you just kill yourself? Because you're just going around in circles. I mean, I'm dead serious. Like, if you live in Texas right now, you're still a liberal. I don't. What are you doing? You're not gonna change the way they are. We got that stupid ass music on.
The what?
You don't hear that music your wife got playing?
Oh, I have it playing. I didn't take it off. I hope it wasn't loud. Is it loud?
But so you living in Texas, that's a red state, and you wanna have all the blue laws.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't make.
Yeah, it's stupid as hell, right?
You know how they got that game? I don't know what the game is called, but that game that they have it where all the states are against each other. You got to make alliances with the other states.
Yeah,
I think that should happen. Because the fact is, if you want, why don't you just go? The thing about it is, just like you said, why don't you just go to a state where your ideology is met with open arms? You won't see me going to goddamn Washington State, period. I won't go there. If I go there, I'm gonna sightsee and I'm gonna leave. I'm not going there to stay. I'm not going there to live.
Big time. Why the hell would I have curtains on a fucking wall, sir? There's a wall behind me. I don't have a window. What you want me to do? Get a curtain on a fucking wall?
Texas will be a Democrat majority state by 2028. Interesting. I think I disagree, but I think it's an interesting way of looking at it because they've been fighting that so hard. Now I don't think it's gonna go. What's up, Jay Rillo?
Hey, you funny, big time asshole.
What is it? In fact, Americans used to use the Bellamy's salute up to 1920s while speaking aloud to pledge allegiance to in school. Yeah, I
definitely can't afford one of those. But once again, just going around in circles. Are these people that see? Nobody ever knows. So are these people that actually from Texas and born and raised, or these people who are coming from a different place going to Texas up in arms about it?
Well, they do have a lot of people that are literally leaving other blue states coming to states like Florida and Texas. That's the biggest problem. Yeah.
So once again, you're trying to turn this red state blue. Like you want a red state with blue laws. Like you stay where the freak you were at. You're not gonna change these people,
Mm.
and rightfully so, because apparently what they doing is working, and whatever the hell y'all messed up, you want to leave behind.
Yeah. Well, Democrats didn't bank on Mexicans being conservative. That's a fact. That is a fucking fact. That's a true statement there. I can agree with that there, Bob. I really do. I've been saying this for a while. The thing about being a Republican in these 50 states of America is you're stupid to fight for the African American vote. We don't vote in large, right? And when they do vote in large, it's all for one party. So what is the point in fighting for a small vote when you can go after one that actually means something, even though you know they've been here supposedly longer than us? Why would you not fight for that demograph than fighting for a black vote that's only going to vote one way because black people are ran by the matriarchy? I think that's what it is. Yeah, matriarchy versus the patriarchy. So that's my problem. Bob with the $5 super chat, wherever it is, it says you cannot have a fiscal conservatism where there's social liberalism. Yeah, that's a fact.
But they, like I said, they want to
Thanks
go
for the $5
somewhere.
super chat, Bob.
They want to go somewhere with their ideologies and fuck that police up too.
Yeah,
and it's just not going to work. Y'all can go ahead and do all the acting up and marching and everything else you want there. Take your ass back to California. Simple as that. You can have abortion up to 8 months if you want to. Shit.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. Like, you're going around in circles. You understand? You know Texas is going to be Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So you trying to bitch about something. You trying to bitch about something that's not gonna go well in your favor. That makes zero sense.
Yeah.
Certain places, just not to even bitch about, man.
Well, they're gonna bitch about it till they turn it blue, right? And then when they turn it blue, they're gonna cry and complain about it. Because the motherfuckers that are there, which is usually Houston, where like all the niggas live. You got Dallas, where all the niggas live. You can even go Waco. There's a lot of black folks in Waco. Bob, you don't need all the blacks. Democrats quietly acknowledge that they cannot win any presidential elections if Republicans get 20% of black vote. That's a fact. But the point is, I think it's a stupid it's a small demographic to freaking fight for. I'm not going to fight for 20%, right? I won't even fight for 10. I'll even buy it. I will get that vote somewhere else. I will get it somewhere else. If I can, if the Latino community leans predominantly right, I'm going after that with full force. If I get 40 to 50% of Latino vote, I don't care about the 20%. That you can give all 20% to the Democrats. They wouldn't never win. But
yeah, Kyle, it is. We're gonna open it up in a minute.
Yeah. Harris County, to be more specific. That's true.
You know what I would do?
That's Austin.
I would price it out. Like I would price it out, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would raise the prices of these houses and everything, and
that's what's happening here in Florida.
Force people to get jobs, and if you don't work, you just don't live here. Like that welfare program, I wouldn't have it unless you're over a certain age and disabled, and it won't be forever. Like you have no choice but to work. You have no choice but to work.
Mm-hmm. Bob, you're right. That's
and I guarantee you, a lot of these welfare programs, like the abortion, that won't even be a issue because if these chicks got jobs, they ain't
yeah. I'm sorry. Baby. You're right, Beasley. I'm bad. My bad. Where's the county in Austin? What county is that in Austin? Because Bexar County is San Antonio, Harris County is Houston. I don't know what county. Yeah, Austin is Weirdo County for real. Have you ever been to Austin, Texas?
No, my niece.
It's a shithole. It's a shithole. It's damn near like a third world country. It really is. Republicans need to market to black men. The thing about black men is most of them, like I just said, they are led by females. So it wouldn't be effective. You're only going to get maybe 5 to 10% of black males. We all know that there's more black women than there is black males. First off, black males keep killing each other off because they're stupid. They don't know how to actually. Austin is not Texas anymore. We don't count. But they're led by women. And if there's more women than men, because men either going to jail or killing themselves off, what's the point in fighting for that 5 to 10%? I don't care about it, right? Women are naturally gonna go Democrat. I will not fight for that stupid. I won't listen. I'll be a true Republican. I won't even care about the black vote. I'll make sure I would make it look like I won't even try to even think about going out the black vote because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter nowadays. We're too small of a percentage here in America to actually make an effective dent in the actual voting as far as American voting, for at least for federal elections. I don't know. It's a total different demographic when it comes to local elections. Local elections, sure, go after the black vote if you want to, because depending on where you're at is more niggas or not niggas. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, you got to do it that way. But on a federal scale, I wouldn't even think about going after it. Yeah, Houston's bad too. Prostitution is damn near legal in Houston. And they will get your ass. They will get your ass. I knew about 10, 15 chicks that used to go down to Houston in swabs from Oklahoma to go prostitute and get dudes. Literally set their ass up.
I don't even know what the hell it is, Big Time.
Good time. I don't support programs like, I don't know what that is.
I have no clue what the hell that is. But I'm with you at this point. I wanted to disagree, but I'm with you. I mean, Chicago kicked out Lori Lightfoot and replaced it with the same type of dude.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to disagree, man. But my mic gonna be here tomorrow too. So
Actually, Mike doesn't sound too bad right now.
Fuck this mic. I'm about tired of it. Do what it want to do, just like a goddamn nigga bitch. Just do what it want to do.
Oh man.
So yeah, it's coming.
Hey, what is Watch Boys? I don't know what that Watch Boys for sale on YouTube. What is that? I don't know what that is. But no, man.
Excuse me.
Huh?
What did you just say?
It says Watch Boys for sale on
Watch
YouTube.
Boys for sale on YouTube. The name of the movie is not Watch Boys.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, you a fucking moron, sir.
I put it together. Shit out. I don't know. I didn't know they could sell dudes on internet on YouTube. They sell people on YouTube? Huh. I don't know.
Yo, somebody clip that.
You know what? See, that's why you can't let niggas in on your shit, man. These niggas always trying to clip some shit.
That.
No.
I got it high as fuck, sir. This is not the problem. The problem is that it's into never mind, man. I'm getting the mic, dog. Y'all see the difference tomorrow. I already figured it out. I can turn this bitch on 60. Oh, and to keep going down. You right.
Now you turned it all the way up. Jesus Christ.
I'm loud.
You did a motherfucker.
Well, stop turning me down, pussy.
I did. My hands are on my lap.
Oh, you know what? I might have it on what's the name? Where it adjusts itself.
Jesus Christ. No, but
at least I know what I'm saying. Watch Boys.
Let's go with their synopsis of this stupid ass pill. I don't know why my voice keeps going out. Hold on. Where we at? Go back to the shit. Now switch mouse.
You said it's 2 years old.
Was that?
You say this happened 2 years ago?
No. This happened. This happened on Monday. What today? No, it happened Friday. But they started complaining about it today.
Right. I think it was the cover of New York Magazine that had a headline recently along the lines of abortion is a winning issue for Democrats. Certainly difficult for Republicans at the ballot box. We heard Lindsey Graham on Fox News reacting to the Texas ruling. Let's listen to
Lindsay Lohan. Yeah. They said it right. It is a. See, the problem with this is that the Republicans are going to fight with this. It's just stupid. Texas Democrats 38%, Republicans were 59. By 2020, it was 46 to 52 Republican. Okay, but the thing about Texas is a blue state, pretty much. Not, it's a purple state right now because you got all this feminine. See, here's my thing with all these goddamn states, right? It's not even the states. You got the baby boomer generation that are dying off. I'll just be honest, right? Even my mom's a part of that. My dad's a part of the baby boomer. They're all going to eventually pass away, which leads us to us millennials, Generation X, and you have the Gen Z right now that are starting to turn adults, 21 and older, right? The 18 and older Gen Z generation is literally the ones that are turning everything to purple because of the way they lean on life. I mean, I've never seen so many different. You know what? We'll get into that. But I agree with you, Mayo. Texas will fall. You know what? Florida damn near fell too. Florida's been purple for a long time, right? So it can always come back to the red, just like it did this time. So falling for a little bit and then turning back because they'll see their way, they're wrong, and then they'll turn back around. They're not like California's been red for a long time, for a very long time. Not like it was not red. They've been blue for a very long time. But it used to be a red state. Everyone forgets that California used to be a red state.
Yeah, back when Ronald Reagan was a fucking governor.
But now it's a piece of shit. But that's over 20 years.
Well, they tranced it over 20 years, but they still got a crazy GDP. I still don't understand how.
Just because they know how they're pricing people out, just like you just said. But they still got to have their slave class.
Florida's not a hard red state, J. Rilla. I cannot call it a hard red state.
No, Florida's not a hard red state. It's just right now it's a hard red state, but for the last, let's say, 15 years, it's been purple.
I bet you, shit, after DeSantis done it, probably go hard red because if they keep on getting.
I mean, it's hard red right now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about even when he leave and become president one day, the next governor, they probably keep it as a Republican governor as long as they don't fuck it up.
Yeah. Yep, California was red too. They're all the thing about it is that they all moved away from California into these other states, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, all those states. Now they're moving all the way up. Florida is a swinger state.
Pennsylvania go back and forth. That's the thing about PA. It gets on my fucking nerves. We have no consistency.
And you would think since that's where most of the coal miners are in certain parts of Pennsylvania
Philly and Pittsburgh fucks it up because they're the largest cities.
Like I said, I would not go if I was going federal. I would not go after the black vote because of states like that. Because the nigga population in certain areas is what drives that whole fucking state, and it's stupid. But let's continue with this shit.
That and then talk about it.
I'm very pro-life, and I think being pro-life is a winning message. I oppose late-term abortions. I have a bill to set a national minimum standard of 15 weeks. 50 of the 53 European nations ban abortion at 15 weeks. I have an exception for rape, incest, and life of the mother. In Wisconsin, you had an 1840 statute that banned abortion pretty much across the board, and the Republican Party did not put an alternative on the table. If you're pro-life, you need to explain what that means.
That is Senator Lindsey Graham. That cover in New York Magazine, by the way, abortion wins elections. That was the argument. Are other Republicans in Washington defending this decision from a judge in Texas?
Yeah, Tony, you have seen some reaction, especially from the 2024 front, including potential presidential Republican contender, former Vice President Mike Pence, who celebrated that initial Texas ruling and said that, quote, life won again. But for overall, it's been somewhat of a muted response. And with the Democratic side, of course.
All right, let me stop right. What's that?
No, I'm saying what's up to people.
So I'm going to open it up because I want to have a discussion on this whole thing because most people I want to hear people's views on this deletion shit.
You hoes just can't use the pull out method. I just
Pull
don't
out me-
understand this mess.
So and that's my problem, right? With the whole conversation is this pull out method that you speak of.
It works, bro.
It does work. Okay. I want accountability all the way around. Accountability all the way around. Hold up, Tom. Let's get the likes up. Ah, man, I don't care about. Listen, I like the likes up. Yes, I do. Thanks for putting up there. Let's get the likes up. I mean, they are free. Please. What up, Cal? What up, Cal? How you doing, sir?
It ain't that bad.
Ranch and Jesus Christ. Your mic is trash too.
Thank you. I'll change my mic over here to my headphones.
Yeah, it's horrible, sir.
What about now? It's better?
It sounded better. It sounded better, yeah.
Sorry. It's my earbuds.
Yeah.
No,
but
legalization up until birth, just like Hamza Yusuf wants to do. Why not? It's what the people want. Who cares?
Is it what the people want?
No, but it's what
I don't believe it.
Calvin Martin. What? Because of the hood? Bro, I'm freezing my forgive my language. I'm freezing my tits off in it. Yes, Ruckus.
You don't have any fossil fuels like Ruckus would say?
I've never seen somebody who need attention as much as this old cracker.
Yeah, look, nice hat, man. Nice hat. It's to the side. What you trying to make LA proud?
I don't
The
wear
Crip
that.
hat. Yeah, he's wearing your colours, LA. He's a Crip. I'm wearing your colours too, sir.
Black is a Crip.
You're a Crip.
That's black, you moron.
Token cracker.
So I have a question for you, Ruckus.
Yeah.
What do you feel about this this abortion law that's up well, not law, banning of the sale of this abortion pill? It's not even the day after. It's just an abortion pill to assist in the deletion. I think your mic is muted, sir.
Yeah, I can't hear you, my friend.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the question again, man?
Should we abort LA?
How do you feel about the abortion pill? That's not the day after pill. It's the actual abortion pill that to assist in abortion.
How long can they use after they get pregnant? Can they use that too?
7 weeks.
17.
7 weeks.
You sure it's 7 weeks or 17?
7 weeks.
So why did it say up to 17 weeks then?
It said up to 7 weeks.
Now, what's the cutoff for it? Kids don't have access to that, right?
No, abortion is up to some in certain places up to 15 weeks, but the pill that they can use to assist in abortion is 7. What's up,
man.
Mayo?
No, I think that shit's crazy, to be honest with you. I mean, have you guys ever been in that spot where you wanted a girl to get an abortion?
No.
Yes, sir.
No.
You have, LA?
Come on, man.
All right, what's your thoughts then? What do you mean, come on, man? How do I know what you're doing?
7 weeks. 7 weeks. If it's 7 weeks, then
I mean, how long does it take them to find out they're pregnant?
that's
By the time
why
they find out, they're what? 3 weeks? 2 weeks?
So in Texas, it's the heartbeat bill. So,
As soon as there's a heartbeat, it's done.
yep.
my problem is this. If you so scared, then why not just take a morning after pill? You would think they would invest more in morning after pills than anything else.
It's according to the product, their use
Safety
guide.
data sheet.
It's 70 days to 10 weeks, or 10 weeks.
But you have to give women a certain amount of control over their own body, don't you?
No, they don't give men.
Sir,
Any
they only
choice,
want control. They only want control over what could come out of it, not what's. They don't want to control what goes in it.
I see where this going. This going.
Yeah, me too. I'm out. Tap tap.
Thing is,
I'm
the
out.
baby is not their body. It's a baby's body inside of them. It's not their body. So when they say my body, my choice, it's not their body. That's how I stand on it. My mum fully disagrees with me. We always fall out over this discussion, but I say when there's a heartbeat.
What if they're raped?
Or if they're raped, I mean, I do have
sympathy.
sympathy.
It's not a body anymore in there. It's no heartbeat if they're raped.
No, I have sympathy if they're raped, but I mean, you can easily
It's
bring that
wait,
child up
wait,
and make the
wait,
most
guys,
of a
we
bad
gotta- we gotta
situation.
use
I
other
wish I
words,
stopped
guys.
saying that goddamn word.
Oh
Gotta
my
use other
word,
words.
sorry.
Yeah.
No, let me
Rape.
ask you a question before y'all start fucking arguing.
Thanks, man.
Let me change the scenario up, Mayo, and maybe y'all will kind of agree to this. What if they change the child support laws, where if a man doesn't want the kid and a woman does, the man doesn't have to pay for it? Would it matter then if the woman decides to get an abortion?
No, I don't agree with that either. But I think the child support laws should be a billing method, not an assumption method.
Okay, so
And that
Beastie,
is
what
where
about
I come in.
Beastie?
My-
Can I ask
I
the
think
question?
it-
Can I ask the fucking
Yeah.
question, sir?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So if they change the child support rules, do you think your opinion would change on abortions?
No, my opinion is
No.
My opinion is go ahead, get the shit, but okay, don't tell me it's your body, your choice, but then want to turn around and put a motherfucker on child support. That's
What
how I
about
feel.
What about you, Uncle Tom?
So I'm all if the child support laws change. I think it wouldn't change because I think it's all in the decision of the woman because men don't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, but what if the child support laws change? So if a man say he doesn't want to pay for this child anymore, he doesn't have to, or
But
he's
that
from the beginning.
that's not even okay. Yeah, I get you, but
No, it's hypothetical, sir. So I'm not saying
I know. I'm hypothetically trying to agree with you. I'm trying to agree with you. Yeah, hold on one second. The thing about it is even if the child support laws change or anything, it's still going to be not in the favor of a man. Because if the man wants a child and the woman doesn't want it, he still has no rights.
Okay, let's say in this hypothetical world that is down the middle, somehow, some way, it's 50-50. We know it can't. That doesn't even make sense, but just go along with me.
Okay. My views will never change. I am a pro-life person. There's always ways of getting rid of your responsibilities if that was the case without killing something.
Kylie, without a 30-minute dissertation, sir.
Well, hold on, I wasn't done, right?
Well, you stopped. So
go ahead. I'll come back. I gotta get some more lettuce anyway.
Kylie, without a 30-minute dissertation, sir.
You eat raw lettuce.
He's a rabbit.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm a survivor of abortion. So anyone who survived abortion, if you're pro-abortion, you're a hypocrite. Am I wrong? Well, I mean, you say no 30-minute. I'm trying to keep it nice, short and simple because you're used to short and simple stuff.
Because that's what he is, short and simple.
Yeah. You said it.
Uncle Ruckus,
Yes,
I'm guessing I already know your answer. But go ahead.
I got nothing to say. I grabbed the coat hangers. The only reason why I'm still around. So.
So I used to date this girl, right? And her aunt, right? I saw the baby, and the baby had like a big ass scar on her forehead.
Oh, you didn't.
So I was looking at the baby, right? And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with that baby? And I found out that the mom years ago was when she found out she was pregnant, stuck a coat hanger up her vagina and tried to kill the baby like that.
I don't know how I kicked myself. But let me read. Did y'all read?
No, go
ahead. Okay, hold on. Men should have the same. If he doesn't want to have a child and she does, then he has the right to sign away his rights 100%. He shouldn't even have to be asked. She can legally abort if she chooses. So fair is fair.
You gonna read the super chat?
Yeah, I would. Kingdom Mind with the $5 super chat. A woman is fertile about 10 days per month. Are we so lazy we can't use math? I vote for males opting out. That's cool.
You know, I can't even understand. You know, I married my girlfriend.
Thank
We
you.
had 2
Thank you for the
kids.
$5 super chat. Can you mind it?
Sorry about that, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I can't even put myself in that position, to be honest with you. You know, all joking aside. I love my kids. I don't know what I'd do without them, to be honest with you.
Well, the thing about it is most males that have kids will never even men like kids more than women do. Let's be honest.
Fact. Tom, I don't know how many women in this being in the after school care, I don't know how many women I done had to run through because they quit after a certain amount of time because they, for some goofy ass reason. But anytime I hire a dude, no issues. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it's like it's always issues with the women that we hire. But like just now, we hired a chick at the beginning of the year. She fucking quit after a month with no call, no show.
Okay. We have dissension in the chat. We got Georgia Swan says men do have a choice not to mess with trashy women.
I was ignoring that goddamn statement.
Now, go ahead. I want to hear everyone's thoughts. Go ahead.
See, Georgia Swan, you about to be on punishment. See, a lot of times you don't know a woman is fucking trashy until a while later. Like some women are good chameleons. Every man know this up here, except for Kylie because he's still a virgin. But some women are really good chameleons. So you won't know what them hookers are until it's too late.
See, I don't know any of that.
LA does. He has plenty of STDs. He's dripping with STDs.
You've been married since you were 12.
Well, right. See, I don't think that's an issue. The trashy women is not an issue. The issue is surrendered around like the lack of responsibility because you cannot be a trashy woman and still get fucking pregnant, right? So I think the issue is my thing is okay. They complain. What I always hear is, well, you have all these forms of contraceptive, and they complain about it. And it's like, well, wait a minute. If the issue is with the contraceptive with like birth control, I said, then why don't y'all take y'all goofy ass to college and go get a goddamn medical science degree and go and invent a better fucking pill? You would be the one to do it because you're a woman. So I don't want to hear this shit about the shit doesn't work. You gotta just go invent some more shit. But instead, y'all want to go to school and get fucking basking weaving degrees on now the new shit. Y'all want these college counselors and these schools to teach courses on how to have a better OnlyFans account. What the fuck?
Yeah. Beastly.
I don't understand why they're trying to have sex before they get married anyway.
I'm about to drop you, sir. I'm about to drop you.
Dude, I try to get out of sex on my honeymoon. I ain't trying to do all that.
I love you, Ruckus, but that's nuts. You're either bullshit. You're bull crapping. It's nasty.
That's disgusting.
Why is it disgusting? The smell or what?
Man, every time I had sex, I had kids.
Nope. The biggest
Wow.
The biggest and the best birth control that we do have big time is abstinence. No, it's abstinence.
You're right. I thought it was pulling out.
Cigars, it makes you fire blanks. You smoke a cigar a day, you fire blanks the rest of your life.
There's no approved birth control method that's under 95% effective.
Yeah. So I don't understand that this argument is stupid to me, right?
Pulling out is 80.
All you have to do is literally, I'm telling you, the best way to curb all abortions is to take away the safety nets.
Thank you.
That's right. You're right.
That's what I said.
Or if they can't feed the child, take away the child.
That too.
Thank you.
And then who feeds them?
We will, like we've been doing anyway.
Man, dude,
but that's still a safety net, right? Force these motherfuckers.
Yes, but it's a voluntary one because so many foreign kids get adopted because the process is too expensive here in America. It's cheaper for them to go to Vietnam, China, South America.
Mm-hmm.
So with our system, you gotta take the money out of. You gotta take the money out of that. Once you take the money out of that shit, motherfucking kids will be adopted for sex slaves. But we know that's not talked about. Whatever.
Yeah, that's what I've always said. Where I always feel like Republicans are making a mistake when they go after the abortion. I said, no, just take away the fucking safety nets, man. Fuck that. I don't want to argue, have the same go around with these motherfuckers. Go after something else. Go after the child support. You had that one black Republican who was doing that. He was going after making motherfuckers get birth get birth tested, as well as going after the child support system. I said that's where the fight needs to be. You need to move the goalposts.
They're not so men. Because we're gonna keep it real. Most men in these chambers, in Congress. I don't even give a fuck about the president, but I'm talking about in Congress. Period. Are in favor of safety net for women because that's what we do. We want to not have them be accountable for their own actions. You look at it. You can even look at it in sentencing when you go to court. The women are not held as liable like they do men. They give them 3 years for the same thing they give. Matter of fact, the women that have had babies by kids that are underage. A 13-year-old was put on child support. A 13-year-old was put on child support after being SA'd.
No pocket money for his chocolates, then.
Now, if that was a man who did the same shit, right? A man will literally be in jail for 10 years on that shit. Easy.
How old was the woman, though? If he's 13,
27.
how old's the woman?
27.
That's pedophilia.
That's what I'm saying.
27. If that was reversed, you'd lock that guy up in a heartbeat, and you'd
She was
throw
locked
away the
up,
kid.
right? But she had the child. She had the child in jail. And
but how's she supporting the child?
They got her. They let her out on this case. This case I'm talking about. They let her out of jail, so she only spent 6 months in jail after she had the babies. They let her out.
But who looked after that kid?
The child was put on child support.
They have programs in jail to where women can still be with the children and while they're locked up. Because I have a whole article from my criminal cultural justice and criminal justice class in college that I'm right now. I have whole articles talking about it because we had to read it as in one of the modules breaking that down.
Did you guys see?
Are these people spangs or what?
Liberals.
That's spangled behavior. That is so silly. Imagine growing up in let's go see my mummy. I'm 6 months old, sucking on her titties, and she's in a flipping metal cell.
That's the controversy surrounding it, because people are saying like you're locking up the kid too, and you need to kind of like separate the kid from the parent. But it's like it's this whole back and forth about the shit.
What a great role model! Hey,
but
great role model.
Hold on, Mayo had something to say. Go ahead, Mayo.
The case with the 13-year-old was actually with a 17-year-old girl. That was the Kansas case.
No,
what you're talking about with the 27-year-old was with a 15 or a 14 or 15-year-old.
That's no better.
That's the Colorado case.
Oh,
okay.
that makes
they're both messed.
Well, here's what I'm saying about that one is that was more
still messed up, but yeah.
But the thing about that is she started messing with him when he was 13.
Oh yeah.
I know.
So, I mean, does it make it any better?
Nope.
No.
That was a cool kid in the neighborhood. I'll tell you that much right now.
If that was a bloke and it was a 13-year-old girl, it would be a different story.
One is a crime and one is not. That's what I'm saying.
But they can't consent. Is that not statutory? You know what?
A 15-year-old can. Well, a 15-year-old can consent to a 17-year-old. It is.
Most states also have a 4-year rule.
Yeah,
but I'm talking 40.
4-year rule.
I was going to say, I thought you said 40 for a second, my friend. But I say that's. I know California made it so you're not an offender. We're not talking about the Dalai
Lama here, sir.
Oh no, yeah, suck on my tongue, dear child. That's messed up.
I'm not like everyone else, right? I don't think everyone. Listen, if you give your child away or you sell your, I'm all for arranged marriages, right? That's cool. Whatever. That's what you want to do. I'm fine with it because it is certain people's culture. And I'm not going to tell them not to deal with their cultural, whatever the fuck. But I'm also in the same mindset. If you're here in America, you need to assimilate to our culture here in America, and that's not our culture. So in other words, figure it out. Make it work. as far as
What about honor killings? Honor killings are in different cultures. Do you like honor killings?
Sure.
No, they're illegal here.
Give them away at
But
18,
you heard what I
bro.
said. I said, and they need to assimilate to our culture. That's my biggest thing, and that's a bit.
Yeah.
The biggest problem with America is we don't force people to assimilate to our culture.
No, in Michigan, you actually get credit for food stamps for your extra wives.
Yeah.
I know there's a show called The Four Wives.
They are counted as dependents.
Are you shitting me?
No, I am completely serious.
No. He's serious.
So you don't.
Do you know the show The Four Wives?
You can just have more wives.
Yeah, they're just counted as children, dependents.
Yeah, but that's the thing, because that's what I'm saying. That they don't force them to assimilate to our culture. Considering we're a multitude of cultures, but the American culture is now we actually have a culture. We can't continue living by the 1624 rule of America. It's not the same. So we need to have the people that come here need to assimilate. Because if you don't, we don't
have a culture here.
Now, Tom, what's the new child support rule that you're talking about? I haven't heard anything about that. What are they talking about doing to it?
No, it wasn't a child support rule. It was abortion bill.
Oh, I thought you said they were changing the child support laws.
No. I mean, they should.
One Republican, who was a black dude, was trying to do that. He was trying to implement new rules around child support as well as mandatory DNA testing upon finding out that the woman was pregnant, so that in favor of the men.
I got you.
What in the hell? Hold on, big time. Are you serious? Hold on. There's a town outside of Detroit with 100%. Its council just passed animal sacrifice within city limits, and that is 100% Muslim city council.
No.
Oh, wallahi, inshallah, brother.
Wow.
That's Dearbornistan.
Oh, okay. So Dearborn. Oh, okay. Well, I know
Londonistan.
It's crazy. Anyway,
Muslims are all right. Islamists.
I have an aunt and cousins that are Muslim, and I mean it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
moderate Islam is okay. Like moderate Islam, I don't see any issue with it. But when they're Islamists, they want to literally like.
Have you ever seen a picture in Saudi Arabia when they're cutting somebody's hand off?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Do you know the guy standing? Do you know the guy standing in the circle outside watching it? You've seen the crowd? That's moderate Islam, sir.
Yeah, I have.
But that's an Islamic state. That's an Islamic state, like moderate.
I don't want to argue the Islam thing because that can go.
That's okay.
That can take a turn for the worse.
No, I don't want to get you in trouble.
Here,
Uncle Ruckus.
All right. So his question is, if I may ask, are we saying pro-life as in we don't believe in life should be taken at all? If so, would that include someone defending their home, not using deadly force? So the question that we all, I mean, this is something that we already know. We already know this question, right? That's a disingenuous question because we all know that pro-life has nothing to do with an adult person coming in your house and home or you know, if you come in my house, I'm going to defend myself. Even in the Bible, people were allowed to defend themselves. Actually,
what crime did the baby commit?
I'm gonna say it again. In the Bible, there was genocide. So,
and Ruckus,
Noah's Ark.
God, like, why do people do that? Hold on, let me say this. Like, why do y'all do that shit, man? Stay with the argument. All this, like, well, if somebody come in your house, that's not the same. We ain't talking about that.
No.
That's a situation where a crime is legitimately taking place, not a fucking baby.
Yeah. So we all know what the abortion. That's just why I said it's a disingenuous question. But I mean, I get the question. And in all honesty, we have rules against killing people. So there's nothing. America is pro-life in that aspect because it's a crime to take another person's life unless it's in the form of defending yourself. And in certain states, there's different rules on defending yourself. We all know that as well. So
in every state, I can get 10 years in prison for even going near an eagle's egg.
That's a fact.
Let alone you kill an eagle. Oh,
that's a fact. Thoughtless Hammer, we have enough babies. Right now our death toll is higher than our birth rate, so
yeah,
we don't.
And you want American babies,
and that's just not here. That's actually in other countries as well. I know, over in the UK, it's the same way. Their death rate is higher than their birth rate as well. So the way to continue to have a country the way to continue to have a country is to have more babies and have. I mean, as much as I'm like fuck them kids, we got to have them kids in this world. Well, go ahead.
Speaking of kids, pick up your son in the back. Legend. But no, yeah.
I think Uncle Ruckus's question was meant to be. The way it's phrased is very polite, and it wasn't meant as an attack. It was actually meant as a genuine question coming in. They don't come in very often, and I think they just wanted to know where we were at. Because actually, now that I see it, here is his response. And yeah, that's exactly what it was. He agrees. I think he was just asking. Because if everybody answered the opposite, he probably would have thought, maybe I don't want to be here.
He's questioning the label.
Respectful.
Thank God.
No. Here's the problem. That's not even a problem because I like dissension. Because if there's not any type of dissension inside the panel or in the chat, then you don't have a conversation.
Of course.
What's up,
I saw your short earlier. Big up your short.
He's trying to bring up a point that calling it pro-life is disingenuous. Because it is.
I heard you guys talking about Sharia law a moment ago. Yeah. Well, welcome to Americanistan. My God. What's going on here, man? Michigan is the bastion of everything against American. It's crazy, man. I got so many acquaintances that are Indian and Muslim from over there, from Dearborn, Michigan. It's not even funny, man. And I'm talking about zealot level Muslim. It's insanity.
You like? So what then? Pro-birth? Pro-birth is the same as pro-life in my books. It's just different wording, and it doesn't really fucking matter. There's nothing wrong with this argument, right? To me, I don't know why this argument right now that we're having as far as abortion versus non-abortion is one that is very touchy on YouTube. To me, it doesn't matter. It's something that has to be had, whether you're in for it or not. I'm not. To be honest with you, I'm pro-life, but I'm like, certain people just need to not have babies.
But this conversation will never go away.
There's a lot of people that shouldn't. You know what? You should You should be able to take a test to see before you have children. That's what I believe.
Same with having animals.
It's crazy because we have all this. If you can't even if you don't know what a fox is, you shouldn't have kids. But this person has kids.
What does a fox say?
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
let's get this nigga up out of here. No more goddamn.
Damn it, LA, you missed it.
What happened? He started singing.
But here it is, man. Here's the question. Here's the problem. Everyone, they're talking about this like we're not in a crisis right now. White people, by and large, are not proliferating. They're not procreating. Therefore, they're not proliferating across the country. Nobody's having children. Black people are right behind them. We don't manufacture. So what does that mean? What does that tell you? That tells you that this country is eating itself alive.
No, illegal aliens are breeding for everybody.
Yes, they are. It's insanity. And when you say illegal aliens, you're not even just talking about Mexicans. You're talking about everybody who comes across that southern border, because it ain't Mexicans. It's insane.
And the birth tourism of the Chinese.
Not just Chinese. You got the
Koreans come over here.
I feel this conversation. I feel this conversation going racist real fast, real quick. I digress. I'll mute my mic.
But it's not okay. So it's not racist. So what race
did we mention?
But here's the thing.
Hey, Mayo, calm your white ass down, sir. That's the race we mentioned.
The thing about it is natural.
Hey, you stay on the same switch.
Natural born citizens here in America are not having kids because it's being indoctrinated. It's being indoctrinated inside of our schools that hey, you need to have kids as late as possible. That way your life you're gonna be on more drugs than ever. You want to self-delete, and then you want to have an abortion because if you get pregnant at 44, who wants to have a child at 44?
Yeah, exactly.
We at 44, so.
But look,
but the problem days though.
The olden days, people were having babies well into their 40s. But the problem here is they weren't starting in their 40s. They had already had children, and then they were like, "Oop, you have your oopsie baby around 45." You know what I mean? The point is, these people, like you said, Uncle Tom, have been encouraged for the last 30 years not to have babies and live their quote best life unquote by these women, by these men. Hey, I wish I could have lived my best life. You children, make sure you don't get pregnant until you're 30 something. You've already been to college. You've already been able to travel and all this other bullshit.
Georgia, thank you.
I honestly don't know if I have problems with these motherfuckers having babies older.
Well, here's
the reason why I say that is
my mom had me at 34.
The reason why I say that is
that's
a lot of these motherfuckers are so stupid that they usually broke when they're younger, so that means they're gonna end up on welfare. At least if you're somewhat older, you might have a better shot at being more responsible and being able to take care of these kids. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, especially these women. We're not gonna be able to put this genie back on the bottle, no matter how much we talk about it. There's no way.
Yeah, you're right, man. Look at them. They're putting toxic Avenger chemicals in their bodies, toxic Avenger chemicals in their hair. They're walking garbage dumps, literally. They can't survive, and so no wonder their womb won't gestate a baby.
All right, blacks who identify.
Who identify?
Black Thought said blacks who defy is single-handedly keeping the black race going because Jesus Christ, you are. Congratulations to you, sir, for continuing.
You have a baby every 3 months. I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Hey, look, man, somebody got to get this slave labor going. Why not me?
And I'm telling you right now, I told you my story. That girl, I thought that girl was she said she was pregnant. I ain't never seen a test, but she had me walking around smoking Newports. So you know I ain't worth the shit.
Oh, so okay, so I really want to know: are you in favor in it or not?
Of abortions?
Yeah.
I'm trying not to give this cracker any attention, but he seems like he wants my attention. Seems like he wants my attention, and he does things like this. You son of a bitch.
I'll poke you.
I don't really care.
There's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah, I don't care. 7 weeks is not. I thought you said 17. Then I'd have been, you know what I mean.
Well, and most states are 15 weeks.
In 7 weeks, let them kill them little bastards. It'll save me money.
Oh, you're terrible, man. You're terrible.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's right for him, right? It doesn't have to be
ain't
right
about
for
there
you.
being right.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
It's about a life.
You know,
being alive,
kill
being
the baby
alive.
like they killed this conversation just now. That's what they need to fucking do. Jesus, take the wheel. I'll be back. I'm about to get my pillow. This is gonna be a long one.
What's going on, Illuminate?
Let me see the. Forget it.
Hey, shout out to the panel. Just wanted to say, great conversation, great show, Uncle Tom. You know, just want to let you guys know you guys are doing a great job as far as your podcast. But you're gonna have to get children off of here because this is an adult conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so. And then you're going to ask a child, does he believe in abortion? You can't.
Oh
do
my
that.
God. I just turned around and looked to see if my kid was standing here. I really thought you meant that the kid was standing here.
Are you talking about me?
You talking about LA. You talking about LA.
Oh, I was going to say, man.
I knew it was coming from LA. I knew it.
Right in my head.
Yeah.
All right. So Black Thought said, if you abort all the Pookies and Pookishas, Black America would be better off. Debate me. Ooh-wee.
Is that like a chat debate since he's not up here? Like, are they
well,
going to type angrily back and forth?
It's a debate to be had, right? But how do you distinguish between a Pookie and a Pookisha until they become adults?
You can't, and that's
the problem.
Well, that's not true, Uncle Tom.
No, you could play the odds. I mean, look at the differences. No, look at the differences. Look at the differences.
Okay, I'm looking.
In crime, prison, school, all the markers for criminality with single mothers versus dual parent households, or even single father households.
Okay, let me ask you. Delete them at birth or delete them after they become adults? That's my question, because they don't become Pookies and Pookishas until they're about around, I'd say 10 years old and on up. So I'm saying, look,
Wait a minute. Hold on. I would have been deleted. Oh, this nigga.
But nigga, I'm not talking about childish mischief. A mischievous child is a mischievous child. But I'm talking about these niggas are committing murders at 10.
Oh, that's true. I agree with you.
Okay, so
and armed robberies of their workplaces. Just saying.
Exactly. That's my point. And so I'm not saying that's what I'm saying. How do we distinguish? As an infant on up through a toddler, I believe they have a chance.
Y'all ain't shit, boy.
But then when they get 10 years old, man, them little bastards are smoking weed and crack. And they getting up there and robbing and stealing.
Since if this is the scenario you really want to go down there.
So let me answer it.
Okay,
let
go
me
ahead.
answer it.
I answer it,
The
Black
parent.
Yeah.
Say what?
I said, "What's up, Black Guys?"
Oh, hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? Listen, by the parents, okay? Yes, we have cases where some children come from a great home and they veer off and do messed up things. But you can look at most of these people, parents, and know they probably should have been aborted. I hate to say it. In my old age, I'm becoming a little more, let's fucking get rid of these people. And, you can tell by the parents. It's very simple.
This white man. That's what happened. You became an angry
you have turned into Be Brave and Think, sir.
You have turned into Be Brave.
Listen, this nigga this is motherfucker's opinion. Hey, get off my lawn, bitch. You motherfucking kids.
Oh, that's illuminated.
Yes,
watch your mouth, Mayo.
Isn't Be Brave and Think hilarious when his face turns beet red? That shit is hilarious, man.
He's always red. I've never seen him white.
Motherfucker turns into it gets even deeper red. He turns into the Red Ranger, man.
A tomato. He turns into a tomato.
I'm waiting on him to say.
Well, let's talk about someone. Come on, like a drug addict. Like that this child's life. This child's quality of life is going to be shit. Like, are we just gonna keep letting these people have children? Like, at some point, you got to clean this up. Like, you have to think about the quality of life for the child. Well, listen, we can do that too.
It's not great having a parent who's a drug addict. I can tell you now. I've gone through that myself.
I'm just saying.
I'm saying. I don't live with them.
I'm saying.
Sex life.
There are plenty of children who have been in that scenario, who have gone on to make it. The problem here is, like you said, the parents. The parents are, by and large, degenerate and selfish and self-centered and inwardly thinking. I've said the same thing 3 different times.
Okay,
so the problem.
I might have stopped you, Jigaboo. I might have stopped you. We're gonna have to listen. I like Uncle Ruckus' part of this one. It comes when the child has too much free time on their hand, because if you look at it, even those who are in 2-parent homes, you tend to be around your peers more than your parents. And that's a fact, right?
Yeah.
I grew up with
Very true.
I was never around my parents at the time because these motherfuckers used to kick me out the house and lock the door.
Lock the screen door. Lock that screen
But
door.
this has to do with community standards. That has to do more with community standards.
Okay, you say that, but there were no community standards where I grew up at.
You're wrong. Our generation
wrong,
was the last generation of community.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You're absolutely wrong.
Wait a
Our
minute.
generation was the last generation.
You can say that, right? But I'm gonna tell you like this: there was no community where I was at.
Where was you at? Lawton.
Yeah, there you go. You know damn well ain't no community there. It's a whole bunch of motherfuckers just living. Who listen? We do shit just because we're bored, right? So when you have those places.
But your army upbringing is not the standard.
I know.
Yes,
I know,
you still
but
have
I'm just
structure. Your dad was still whooping that ass.
I just got my ass beat. That's all that matters. That's all that was. But then again, if you look at,
you had structure.
I guess. You know what? I'm not gonna die on that hill.
He cared enough to whoop your ass. He cared enough to whoop your ass and
mostly my
whoop
mom.
you into shape. He didn't just.
It was mostly my mom.
Unless he was just beating your ass arbitrarily just to beat your ass.
Goddamn. You know what?
Uncle Tom.
Yes, sir.
I got a question. So, if we're talking about this particular conversation, where does the criminal justice system come into play?
The criminal justice system should come in as soon as the child starts committing crimes.
3 strikes law. I'm all for it.
I'm not gonna say 3 strikes because 3 strikes can be different, can be pushed different in different ways. So I'm not all for it. I'm talking about give everyone. Listen, I think my thing with the criminality is if they're committing true crimes against an actual person, not crimes against no actual offense to another person. I can't see that it's something. But when you commit a crime,
so somebody that steals $10,000 worth of jewelry shouldn't go to jail.
No, I'm not. No. It's not what I'm saying.
That's not what he's saying.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's difference between actually committing a crime towards somebody, as in abuse, torture, murder, all those. Of course, I throw the book at these motherfuckers and do not give into it, right? Versus someone who traffic law say, oh, I ran 3 stop signs, I need to get 10 years for that. And there has been cases where people have been put in jail for 5 years for a reckless driving. It's not a crime to anyone else. It's just a crime to the state.
But they still knew they had to.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is literally towards a person versus we know everyone. Listen, everyone does something against the law every day.
Not me.
We break at least 3 felonies a day.
Not me.
Lies, not me.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm sick of you niggas.
Because there are
laws. Uncle Tom.
Sir, I go to work and come home. What laws am I breaking doing that?
Traffic laws.
Speeding.
Have you ever used a chemical product for its outside of its intended use?
No, sir.
I'm not a criminal.
No,
don't answer that, Black Thought.
There are a bunch of goofy ass laws that they have that from way back in the day that they still have on the books.
If you spit on the ground, nigga, that's against the law.
Yeah,
Uncle Tom.
They have a bunch of goofy ass laws, man. Trust me. Like what's the one state
in certain states, if you give head to your partner, that's against the law.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
But how?
Yes.
Okay, Uncle Tom. The reason why I brought this up is because doing some more research and looking at the thing that's in the news cycle right now with Donald Trump's indictment, there is a website that I wanted you guys to look at. I'm outside right now. Most of your decisions, most of your jury pools, most of everything that we're going through right now is generated by AI. That is a fact. There's only about, I forget how many words and how many sentences was the original. Everything else was generated by AI. And I thought when I was listening and researching it, I said, that's impossible. So I downloaded the document, 16 pages, put it into the website that I found, and they said that this indictment was generated by artificial intelligence.
I don't even care about
Yeah,
that.
but all that means is that parts of it.
You're missing the point. Judges are rendering decisions for a desired outcome.
It's illegal to fart in Florida after 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm. See, goofy ass laws.
So what I'm saying is, Mayo, you're missing the point. If I want a desired outcome, and criminal or defendant A is being charged with the crime, like Uncle Tom says, and you have a defense lawyer, and the way this works is, I want a jury pool. Okay, we're going to pick from a jury pool, a jury of my peers, but the jury pool of my peers is already predetermined through the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter for what's going on now. So, did you know
Yes,
it's illegal?
it does.
Did you know it's illegal to fuck a horse in New York on Wednesdays?
It don't stop me.
Just Wednesday.
Just Wednesday.
Just
It's
Wednesday.
illegal. Every other day you can fuck a horse.
What's the state you
Club
can't put
going up on a
apple pie
Tuesday,
out
baby.
you can't put an apple pie on the kitchen window because it's against the law. Basically, I was like, what the fuck?
I remember that law. I remember that law.
But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about the AI thing, right? I get it.
No
The world
prosecutor is going to prosecute you on
The
that.
world is changing, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
we literally have to ride
we're-
with it or figure out how to take
no,
it
what I'm
out.
saying is they're getting away from the Homo sapien, the human genome. This is what the transgender agenda is all about. This is what abortion is all about, which is eugenics.
Transgender is still Homo sapiens.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
They're another type of homo.
You're misgendering, and you're what you're doing is what you're talking about as far as abortion. You're not able to reproduce now. Like I think someone commented earlier. Well, they're gonna with these laws now. It's like straight, heterosexual males are going to be prosecuted and lambasted because you won't date or interact with a trans woman. See, so they're putting these laws on the book and they're being generated.
That has nothing to listen.
There's
A
no
motherfucker's
laws
gonna date who they want to date, and no AI or no judge is gonna tell
Okay.
someone who to date.
Okay.
Come
The
on, now.
Kanye West AI songs
And-
sound great.
Stop it.
I'll be honest.
This would be a good Wednesday night topic.
Yeah, that for real. Yeah, that's
Yeah, illuminated. Here we go. Another.
what's
Let
up,
me
OG
grab my
Do
charger.
Dirty.
Be right back. One sec.
No, he's been here before.
Because all AI is in this sense is a form letter.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Okay.
That's okay. I hear you. Listen, I understand what you're saying, and like I said, life is like I said is always going to be changing, right? It's either we're going to put up or shut up, right? And right now we're shutting up because they're going to do what they're going to do unless someone has a militia that's going to take over some shit. What's it good to talk about it? Because they're going to do it anyway. They've been doing it. And like you said, the AI generated his whole 34, 37 indictments, wherever many indictments it was, it came through AI. Okay, what did someone do about it? Not a goddamn thing.
Not a damn thing.
So so the argument that it's going to change, that it's going to affect us in a certain way, it's going to happen anyway. They're going to do it. At least going to do what they're going to do. And it's until we stand up and say, fuck it, and we tired of it, is when shit changes.
It's kind of like that Bud Light. It's kind of like that Bud Light shit, with Devin Mulvaney being the transsexual he is, and they put him on the damn can, right?
Yeah, dang.
All the conservatives,
and
all the there you go, and all the conservatives are gonna do is be up in arms, put up video, buy it, just to pour it down the damn drain, and then next week, in the next 2 weeks, is gonna be over. They're gonna forget it, and they will have won. Bud Light, Jack Daniels, Nike has won. Okay, they've won, and then
they're playing the long game.
Yeah, they're saying you motherfuckers are gonna die. They're saying you motherfuckers are gonna die, and Generation Z is going to accept this shit, and that's what's going.
Well, I will say this.
Hey, hold on, let me get this super chat off real quick. Bob with the $10 super chat said, "Oh God, Illuminate believes the underwear companies teamed up with the military to drop chemtrails on testosterone over self-help seminars full of women to make them want to be men." Oh my God, you ain't shit, Bob. You ain't shit, Bob. See,
I don't.
You ain't shit.
It's a joke. It's a joke, Illuminated. Take it, man. We all get roasted in here.
No, it's not. It's fine. It's fine. No problem.
Uncle Ruckus says only affect those who are lazy, and I agree with that. Unless you're willing to put up, then we're just gonna have to shut up because they're gonna do what they want.
Because the radical left, that's not even organized. Okay, they just get them riled up and they point them in a direction. And these motherfuckers go for. No, you're not hearing. You're not hearing what I'm saying. Listen, they are useful idiots. They are not organized because at the drop of a dime, they change up. So it's not about organization. What they do is get them riled up, and they use their disorganization against us. And then you have people who are zealots who will not stop, and they go for months. They don't stop. They'll continue to go for months.
That's where Black. I'm gonna have to push back. They are organized.
Who's organized?
At the top levels they are.
Listen to what I'm saying though, Black. This has been in the works for over the last 50 years. It has already been proven that they're playing the long game. I mean, you know about Agenda 2050, Agenda 2030. Agenda 21. So these are doctrines that they are implementing globally. This is not just in the United States. This is a global thing.
It's around the world. But so I'm not saying that. Okay, go ahead.
And somebody paid for those buses to get those protesters to the Tennessee State House.
Right. Yes.
That is organization.
So what I'm saying is, like the Summer of Love. Where the hell did a pile of bricks come from?
Oh yeah, the pallet of bricks that they had that they didn't use.
See, so what I'm saying is,
and they left them there.
So what I'm saying is, they are organized. It is just that, as you guys are saying, there is no resistance for what they're doing. They're just ramming it down the throat. I was looking at the I forget what bill that you guys were reviewing.
The Restrict Act.
Yeah, that one there. So yes, we're gonna go after TikTok, but we're gonna hide our heads.
Nothing to do with TikTok.
Yeah, I know it doesn't, Uncle Tom. We're gonna put the boogeyman TikTok out there, but we're really enhancing the Patriot Act for you Americans.
Yes, the Patriot Act 10.0.
But exactly.
Here's the problem. Again, it all goes back to the same thing. You niggas ain't gonna do shit, so it don't really fucking matter, right? They're gonna do what the fuck they want to do, and until the bullet starts flying, it don't mean nothing.
Well, Tom, see, they got them scared now because of this J6 shit.
Well, that wasn't okay. Like again, my point still stands. It doesn't matter what happens unless you're willing to shoot it out.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
if you're not willing to shoot it out, what is the point in arguing about this shit? I don't give a fuck if you put Donald Trump, Jesus Trump, Geronimus Trump in there. It don't fucking matter because as you've seen with him in there and the person that he was that was against the grain, against all their beliefs and their establishments, it doesn't fucking matter because they're going to have a way to ostracize you, get you kicked out, put you on trial for bullshit, and fuck up your whole entire reign when you're at the top because you don't believe what they believe. So until you ready to shoot it out, it doesn't matter.
Well, that is the whole agenda. They want another civil war on American soil.
And again,
it's not us.
When a bullet starts flying, let me know.
See, we here, Tom. We here. I just said, let the shit rock. Let this shit rock. You want it, come get it. They was
I'm
all
saying
that little trans shit that they was trying to block on Twitter. I was like, no, let it go, let it happen, because you gonna find out that you ain't ready for this fucking fight.
To me, when are y'all gonna stop talking about shit? Right now, y'all are the best protesters, just like these leftists is protesting. Y'all just protesting a different way. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like I said, when there's enough, we're the only country that hasn't went through more than one actual goddamn civil war. We've only been through one. Do you really think it should stop at one? No. The way to curb, I think it's Corn Pop, came up real quick, if you can. But anyway, until the way to curb all ideologies is to have an actual civil war. Sorry, multiple countries have been through multiple. How do you dictate what the way your country is going to run? Is bullets fly in the air or someone's getting sliced and diced with a goddamn machete? One or two, sword or something.
That's what happens here. Machetes everywhere. Even the kids have them.
Oh, but in throughout history, violence gets shit done.
Yeah, I mean, the opposition are dead. What are they going to do? Cry about it 6 foot under? No.
Sam, do you really think you think we'll actually lose? That's your thought process. I don't think we'll lose.
No, people vastly overestimate the power of the U.S. government.
Yeah, that's strong. That's strong.
Not if we hack their systems and shit.
Corn Pop, Hitler, whatever your name is, you're gonna have to either speak on the mic or we're not putting you up till we know who it is.
Tell him to do a salute, then we'll know it's Hitler. We'll know it's him.
Well, you can't hear him on the mic.
Ja, nicht gut, meine Freunde. Über alles Deutschland.
I got an easy one.
Callie.
It's really
you gotta watch
Corn
what you say on YouTube in that subject, okay?
Yeah, seriously.
His name's...
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, Cal.
Corn Pop, if that's really you, go to the back chat and tell me the person that we've all been asking about that none of us have seen in a minute. That's an easy one.
Yeah.
That is easy.
They have had whole history channels taken down behind that damn name. YouTube history channels. That's all they talked about was history, World War II, and they knocked the channel down because assholes cried to them, and they did during the second ad apocalypse and knocked all that shit off. So it does not matter if that's a historical figure or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cal, it ain't nothing personal. It ain't against you. It's just
it's not against nobody. I just want to protect this channel because right now it is what it is, and we have been porn bombed on this channel. And I'm lazy. I don't want to have to take everything out. I don't like. What is it called? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Can I say something? I was impressed.
Go ahead.
I was impressed how well he pronounced that stuff, though. He said it quite well. That kid's smart. Callie, you got some brains, man.
Sorry?
He said you're smart, sir.
Thank you.
Smart.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, porn bombs are inevitable. Yeah, you got to go back and delete it or delete the show. It just depends. It depends on how far you're in the show. If you're underneath 6 hours, you can still take it out and it won't affect your show.
Yeah, but at least when we see that particular name is supposedly someone we know. So, but with that person not being able to cam up at all and using
No, he said he'll be back. He's had to restart his phone.
See.
It's fine. It is what it is. I'm not gonna stop the show for what's going on. Anywho, what were we doing? Where is it at? Let's see. What's your name? Illuminate. I don't mean to discredit anything you're saying, but that's just my stance on. I'm not discrediting anything. Actually, I'm just saying nothing matters here in America until bullets fly. And I'm sorry, it's just violence always gets shit done. Violence has changed. World. What do you call it? Okay, there you go. See, it's easy.
Hey.
Hey, what's up? Told you.
How are you?
Pretty good.
I have to make sure you weren't here the night that the guy came and the whole nasty.
No, I wouldn't do that to y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't know it was really you. How are
Yeah,
you?
yeah. Well, I changed my name. I was surprised to let me change my name to that. To be quite honest, I was just having some fun in another chat about 2 or 3 days ago. But yeah.
So what do you got to say towards this, my good sir?
On the topic of revolt and all that kind of stuff. What's the main topic for tonight?
Well, the main topic was who left? Illuminated. The main topic was over the abortion pill that's being kind of banned but not banned. It's at a stay right now, so we'll see. We're trying to get a stay.
Sorry, who's kind of banned right now?
Abortion pill.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not like big for abortion, but I don't think the pill should be banned. That's kind of a bad idea, in my opinion. But yeah, I completely agree with you on the other tangent you were going on about nobody's gonna revolt. Everybody's too damn lazy, man. Like as long as people have their Netflix, air conditioning, reliable electricity, nobody's gonna revolt. Everybody will, make a big deal of things and everything, but everybody's got too much to lose to possibly do something like that, and that's kind of the sad reality of it. I think things are going to have to get much, much worse until people are apt to do that kind of thing.
Corn
Oh,
pop.
and it's
the reality. The reality is bullets hurt.
Yeah. Well, and there's all the things that come along with that. Like people, you read a lot of memoirs on like the people of like the Yugoslavian Civil War and all these other places. Like people have a very naive view of war, specifically Civil War, like brother on brother, or neighbor against neighbor. It gets real ugly. It's not like a video game.
Yeah, go ahead. Jesus Mayo. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no,
I did, but I didn't.
Right. People aren't going to react until it's at their doorstep and it's affecting them.
Yeah,
and that's coming with the economy.
Mm-hmm.
That day is coming with the economy.
They'll do it.
Well, I think this whole BRICS thing with the dollar getting no longer being a reserve currency for China and Russia, that's going to be Brazil. That's going to be a scary thing. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen like real soon because it's going to take a while for them to transition over to that. But
2 to 3 years. Give it 2 to 3 years.
What, you think 3 years?
Yes.
I would say one more Democrat politician and we're beyond legal change.
What would you guys think would be the best route to insulate yourself from that? Buy land or buy gold, silver? Like what would you guys?
Right now, there's no way to insulate yourself from that. To be honest with you.
Yeah, there is.
Because if the dollar, if the dollar
you
gets
say that, but how are you
overnight?
Yeah. So how? Okay, so you're in a country where the dollar means nothing, right? To insulate yourself here in America, or how are you going to trade overseas? We're not. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all rock out because I'm not into this.
All you're trying, something will come up in value to replace it, and you will be able to purchase that. If you have something of value other than dollars.
They've already doing that, Mayo.
I know.
What do you think?
Do you think it's gonna be crypto?
No, dude, I know. I agree, and that's what I'm saying.
The Federal Reserve has already implemented the digital currency. That's what's going. Everyone is getting away from the petrodollar. BRIC is being formed. China's making an alliance with South America. Everybody's getting away from the petrodollar.
Illuminated. My fight is for things other than the dollar to put your money into, so you survive this.
Could I finish my point, Mayo?
Go ahead, finish your point.
I understand that, but to Uncle Tom's point, if this is global, okay, and what you're doing and what the other gentleman was talking about, buying gold, buying silver, and things of that nature, that we're going back to the bartering days, to where cashless society. But if you're talking about implementing a social credit store like they have in China, and what they did during the the incident for the last 2 or 3 years. They had it and they tested it out already. They've already that was what it's all about. It was a dry run. People couldn't go 15 minutes from their freaking house, and then everything got shut off. So to Uncle Tom's point, it's going to be very, very hard because of the global how can you say super computer, super this, whatever they're doing, whatever is going to, the system is going to be called, where they got total autonomy and total control of every aspect of your life. So to Uncle Tom's point, I have to agree with him because it's all about control. I mean, slowly but surely they're implementing all this stuff to where, you know, you don't have any freedoms. They already started with your speech. You know, next they're going to come for this. They're already doing it with the food. They're putting certain, I won't mention it, but they're putting certain things in the food, you know.
I
So
saw that just recently too. That's crazy. You're talking about the specific thing that we all
yeah,
had to
don't say
we're
it.
supposed to get.
Don't say
Yeah, I
it.
won't say it.
Don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing that. So what? And when I come on here, and I don't mean to be a downer, but I look at this stuff and saying, okay, I look at it from a biblical and a spiritual perspective. You won't be able to buy, eat, or sell. What does that mean? How does that? How can they do that? Now I'm starting to see it from a different perspective from what the old teachers used to teach. It's just, Uncle Tom, you're absolutely right. You can't insulate yourself from this. You can,
Right now, we're talking about the fall of the dollar, not an entire world going to crypto in a day.
Well, that's not going to happen.
The fall of the dollar is going to be nasty though for us over here. Like
exactly, and that's what the discussion was about.
Yeah.
Well, the discussion, I'm still participating in discussion. Everyone is going to digital currencies, what I'm telling you, on a global scale. That's what they're doing. Countries are already signed on to this.
I'm kind of crypto dumb. I don't know how involved all y'all are into that, but I've had a bunch of friends. I've had friends that have made a pretty good amount of money on it. Not like millionaires or anything, but, you know, made like $100,000+ on it. But I've also had friends that have damn near gotten in divorces from like losing their ass on it. And I've been very reluctant. Just, you know, I stick to kind of what I know. And, you know, I have some extra cash laying around, but I'm very hesitant to invest in that kind of stuff. That's I always see stuff as like real estate or tangible items, you know, guns, ammo. You know, that type of stuff.
To your point, and to Mayo, not to Mayo's point, but Mayo and it's not, well, actually everyone's point, right? I think it was a South African president said, "You'll be stupid to continue to have your money in the dollar," and that's what he told to his countrymen. Because they have already started switching to go over to the Chinese currency, which is what starts with the M.
The yuan.
No, it's not the M.
Yuan.
It's not the yuan. It starts with the M, and they said it, but it technically turns over to the same thing. It doesn't really fucking matter. So yeah, we'll just say the yuan because I don't know how to say the fucking M word. But the point with that is it hasn't reached us yet. Right now, it's those countries in BRICS, and right now they're fighting for that position, right? We don't know what it's going to do in the future. They try to say they're all going to be, oh yeah, it was Kenyan. That's right. The Kenyan says get off the dollar. Because in July, August, wherever time frame they're going to be, they're not going to be using the dollar anymore.
July.
So
no, that's false. That's completely false.
Well, I don't
What's
know.
that in July?
This is what he said.
Fed now has their schedule up. It's public. That is what they're talking about in July, sir.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about the Kenyan person. I don't give a fuck about American shit. I was talking about the Kenyan person was talking about if you have money in the dollar, considering they're changing over to the BRIC standard and using their money, they're not worrying about the dollar. He said you will be foolish to have the dollar in their country. I'm not talking about here. Right now, the Fed now has not been put in place. Even if it starts in July, I don't give a two shits because you can't get niggas to go into crypto to save your fucking life. So how are they gonna go strictly to crypto when niggas don't know shit about it?
And you gotta also remember. Hold up, Mayo. You gotta remember.
Never mind. It ain't worth it.
Okay. With the BRICS nations, you also got to remember they're buying up a ton of gold and silver.
Exactly, brother.
So
That's not an argument there. I got that.
Them, China and Russia.
Mayo,
Yeah, but I almost feel like
I
it's too
wanted
late
to
to.
know what you were talking about, Mayo. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to hear what you're saying, man. I was just trying to get in.
Oh damn.
Did he disappear?
Oh, he left. Well, I was trying to understand what he was saying. The Rombi, yeah, there we go. There we go. Whatever the fuck that shit is. That's what it is. Renminbi. So that's what they're talking about. But you know that goes to what I was saying to begin with. It doesn't matter what goes on over there right now because they're still competing with the dollar. And not only that they have to compete with the dollar, they also have to compete with the euro as well.
Correct.
So it's not like they're going to take over both forms of payment yet. And you can say that they want us to go to the FedNow system. But again, the FedNow going into digital currency has nothing to do with the average person that's going to be investing in it. Someone has to invest in that shit for it to be viable.
Yeah, well, doesn't the dollar back up a large portion of the euro as well? So kind of if the
62%.
dollar falls, the euro is going to
Well,
fall.
the dollar is the
62%.
reserve global currency right now.
62%.
That's why everybody's moving away from it because I believe it was the Brentwood Act back in the 50s when they said that they made it the petrodollar because it was backed by gold, and the United States lied to everybody. So that's why we were so dominant at that time.
They didn't lie.
Over the
It was
last
backed
50
by.
years.
They didn't lie. It was backed
It
by
was,
gold at that
but
point.
what
in
I'm saying
time.
is, but Nixon took us off the gold standard back in '72. You know, so and then that's when the Feds just began to print unlimited just paper. You know, it's not currency; it was just paper.
Mayo, I was trying to hear what you was trying to say. I wanted to hear it, and I'm not talking conspiracy. That's why I was saying this is what the Kenyan or whoever African president was talking about was with the dollar. I wasn't going to say it's going to take over dollar. I don't know. No one knows the future. That's why I don't get into the whole biblical talk because no one knows the future. Just like no one knows until you die if you're going to heaven or hell. If there is even a heaven or a hell, we don't know. No one knows. That's why I can never say. I'm going to say this one specific thing is set in stone because no one in this actual world knows. Everything is speculation or a hope and a prayer. Sorry to say it like that, but it's true. Unless y'all know.
Yeah, you can believe that.
It's not. I know.
You can believe that if you want to.
Have you died, sir? And came back and told us this is the exact way to go? No, you haven't. So it's a speculation.
You know, Tom, you know me and you don't discuss this on your channel. I have my beliefs and I'm sticking to it. Period.
Yeah.
Where did Mayo go?
Mayo left because you're annoying to him, he says. Oh. Damn, he said something not even know was up there. Every time this guy Tom asks a question, I get half a sentence in, and the next he's talking about Chinese credit score.
Yeah, before I got on, I don't even know how we got to currency.
I don't either, but this was actually literally on abortions, an abortion pill.
Yeah, I remember hearing about abortion on the way in, and then next thing I know, I hopped on and I heard about currency. I'm like, how the hell that happened quickly?
Illuminated. I'm blaming Illuminated. He took everybody down this damn.
We're gonna blame Illuminated.
This rabbit hole.
He's our scapegoat today. Every other day, every other day it's L.A. We're gonna blame Illuminated today.
Wait a minute. Where the hell did half the panel go?
That's fine. That's fine.
No, anyway, we're gonna keep it on abortion, right? Or this abortion pill. What do y'all think should happen? What kind of, if it was you, what type of rights would you like to see? If it was a right, go ahead.
All right. Is it the pill? Is it the pill that they, not the one that people can get themselves, but the one that they only use medically? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I had that.
I know.
So you're talking about like the abortion pill, not like birth control, right?
No,
not the day after pill.
That's
not
the
plan B.
I think what he's talking about is the DNC option, which is when the baby has died, and that's what I had to go through several times. And a lot of people, their bodies just take care of it because the baby has passed. Some people do not. For me, I could have died if they didn't use it. So in that instance, what do you do? Like, what is the alternative?
It was used in conjunction with other stuff for abortion. So that's why they're saying that's why they're taking away its
but if they take away
FDA usage.
Okay, so if they take that away, what's the alternative for people like in
sucking it out?
No, there's some medical instances where you cannot do that.
I get it, but I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're not okay.
I don't know. My question was before we even had the pill pretty much created, what were we doing beforehand? That was safe, that people were still able to survive off of. What was being done then?
Coat hangers.
They were having 15 and 20 children.
Bless you.
No, what really? No, that's a good question. Actually, what besides families having 15 children and all that? What did they do?
Yeah, let's face it. Before coat hangers, I can't stand this guy. But before then, it's not like like we weren't able to have surgeries or things like that. Surgery was still already considered to be safe. Where people were washing their hands. What were they doing?
It depends. It depends on what time frame you're talking about.
No, because again, if we're talking about at least the 20th century, 21st century, like what were they doing? Because we know that there were plenty of women and plenty of families that had stillborn children or birth defects happening inside, and they didn't have quote unquote birth control to just alleviate that. So what were their practices beforehand?
We
can't say they all died.
No, and I do know that there is an older alternative only because I had the chief, and the chief was much older. And he said, I remember him saying to me, I don't know if you remember this, there was another option, and it was something to do with seaweed. And we're in Hawaii. But it was something to do with seaweed and the way that it contracts things and all that. And he said it was an old thing, and they used to use it. It was very specific. But I don't know how far back. Like, what did they do before there was all these? How old are I don't know the different names for abortions, but how old are they? Like, when did they first become a thing, not in a back alley situation? Was that?
That's really hard to say because we're still talking about the days when people were talking about still working on C-sections, like very long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, in that same breath, my love, you had the whole thing with pregnancy being the most dangerous thing out there, right? No matter if it was the 20th century or before in the 19th century. So whatever they were using for it, it's the whole option. Not option. There's only two options: was death and getting it out. That's usually was the viable option for it because that was the most dangerous thing out there was people dying during these surgeries, whether it was C-section or not. Hell, they didn't even start mass producing clotting agents for gunshots until the early 20th century. So, what do you do? We don't know. I don't know because I wasn't studying. But that's a good thing to actually look up and actually have a deeper conversation on. Is what they used to do besides actual pills for birth.
Because the pills are basically it's like a Pitocin, which is the drug that they give if your labor is not productive and it's been hours and hours and hours. It becomes very dangerous to the baby if your water is already broken. Yes. Pitocin is used in many forms. Maybe they did something with that. I don't know. Like when did it become a a procedure versus being whatever
Well, it
they were
became
doing?
a procedure after the feminist movement or third, fourth wave feminism bullshit. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's the feminist shit.
65.
Yeah,
1965.
right when civil rights was happening. So, and they didn't want people to use coat hangers no more. So,
And that's
it was
also
like
when the
people were invested in stock with coat hangers and metal. So,
that's also when the first birth control pills started popping up.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, 65 was when all of that culminated.
I would bet you there was a whole bunch of right before that. I bet you there was a whole bunch of drug mixtures that they were trying to use, and they were either killing people or whatever, because that's usually how that goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what did they do right before that? I bet you would find there was a lot of stuff. But I don't know. Interesting question.
Wow. Okay. Well, apparently, I didn't even know that. That was crazy. But apparently, there was a time where if you wanted to get an abortion, you had to go to someone who was called a barber surgeon.
God damn.
This was the pre-modern era. Other things to help
horrible.
induce labor would have been done for strenuous labor. They would tell women to basically climb, paddle, weightlift, or diving.
Don't y'all think that there's a lot of degeneracy that came along with the era? And maybe I'm off base on this, but kind of coincided with the era that all this, pro-abortion and these contraception methods, came into our society, much in the same way that like when divorce lawyers came into our society, like starting the 1920s and 30s. Like I don't know. It's just a kind of a pattern recognition I've kind of noticed.
Well, you've always had degeneracy. The problem was it was relatively contained. When you took the damn restraints off, that's when shit got crazy.
This nigga is so stupid.
I can't.
I'm like, well, since he's not even up here, he said, for the next time Illuminated comes up, you ain't.
Hey, Lisa brought up the chemo. Remember that injection series I had to have?
Oh yeah.
It's the side effects on that are awful, and it's weird because I had to have the same drug years later when I had my actual cancer stuff. And
I didn't know you had cancer.
3 times.
Damn, well, I'm glad you're all right.
Abdominal junk. That, and weirdly, that chemo regimen, that series of injections, it's not just for tubal pregnancies. It's actually basically like a Pitocin, and it doesn't always work. It did not work for me.
Yeah,
I ended up in an emergency DNC from that one.
Thank you, LA Wolf, for $20 super chats. Good sir. Just want to let you know you could have just cash app to me. You know what I'm saying? I would have read it for you.
No, he wanted that. No,
Yeah, I
across
know.
the screen.
But he got to pay Ruckus that money back for the slapping betting that he did.
Let's just.
No, I gave him the money for that slap bet, and then he gave it back to me because he lost the next one. We were going back and forth with that one. Okay, so let's kind of switch gears, right? Because this is a Debbie Downer type situation. I've been watching a lot of. I need the world to see. Oh my God, this nigga is an asshole. I know.
So is the reason they slapped this abortion pill down because these dingbats are going to start popping it like Tic Tacs?
No, this is not the day after pill.
No, I know, but I'm saying why. I'm trying to figure out why they slap it down if it's for medical. And what I'm saying is, did they slap it down? These dingbats are going to be slapping it like peppermint.
I think Texas is the heartbeat bill. So I think once it gets
we have the heartbeat.
Yeah, so once it becomes a heartbeat, they don't want you to be able to use pills to get rid of it, that's what they usually give you when you're early in your pregnancy, right then. They're going to give you a pill to get rid of it. So if they don't have that option, they can probably go to a more stringent form of, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say birth control, but abortion care. If I'm wrong, I don't know.
No, you're right. There's only I just looked to make sure there wasn't something I didn't know. It's the aspiration or the pill now. There's only two that they do medically. So maybe they figure if they take the pill away, because it makes it too simple. I get the thought process behind that. They shouldn't take it away in hospitals though, which I can't see them doing because it makes no sense.
Well, it doesn't even stop them from using it, right? It only stops them from ordering it and buying it. So once they run out of the actual pill and they have no more of it, they can't use it no more. They can't sell it. They can't buy it. So that's all that law does. So weird. I see. To me, as a conservative, that's a losing topic right there. What they're doing. Go ahead. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I said that earlier. Using over half of the abortions now, but again, this is a losing topic for Republicans, conservatives, whatever they want to call it. If they're worried about winning, and they want to make it a focus on Donald Trump because he's a Donald Trump appointed.
You know, you're the only one that can hear Kai, right?
Yes. I don't know why she doesn't. I'm not know why she not. Just get on the mic. Well, you can read. Why you on the mic?
You're so annoying.
No, you're annoying because they're telling me they can't hear you. So
why are you still talking? 8 hours ago, Governor stupid ass Newsom announced that California has secured an emergency stockpile of up to 2 million misoprostol, which is the abortion drug, in the wake of an extremist judge seeking to block it, the critical abortion pill.
Extremists.
Wow.
So this is what I said. Didn't I said this earlier that it's a way to actually boost up big pharma. That's how you do it. Because guess what? What if it gets knocked down? Guess what they just did? They just made a emergency purchase that didn't need to happen. It hasn't even gone through the court systems all the way through. So what they're going to do, this is how you pay for your big pharma bureaucrats. This is how you do it. You say we're going to knock it off or knock it down or whatever, stop you from using it. They're not even stopping the actual of you actually using it. They're just stopping the sale of it. If you're stopping the sale of it, okay, whatever. But just like what happened, it's not going to take effect. What we're going to do, we're going to have all these 17, 18 different states that's going to buy an emergency stockpile of it. What does that do? That gives them cash on hand to guess what? Fund a different pill. Fund something different. And it is what it is. I think it's a losing. So I said this is a losing fight for conservatives because they're going to blame Trump because he's a Trump-appointed judge, and we already seen in the 2022 elections that you can't get these hoes that you come against their ability to kill a kid. Boy, they're gonna come out in full force. So why the fuck are y'all even playing this stupid game? This is a dumb game. All it was handed back down to the states. States can do what they want. If you love abortion that much, take your ass to an abortion positive state and stay there. That's it. I mean, I don't know why they're making it a big deal.
My thing is just be honest with the shit. If you're gonna get the shit, stop lying about. Stop using the whole talking point of the whole incest and the grape thing and all this.
Yeah,
just say you want to fuck raw. Just say you want to fuck raw dick. Just say that. Just, you want to fuck raw dick.
So true.
Just say that. If you would say that, I guarantee you wouldn't even really have as much pushback as you would. You would have the pushback for some people, but you wouldn't have. I'm so sick of people not being honest about what they want to do and who they are.
No.
Hey, listen to this. When that judge in Amarillo, Texas, invalidated the FDA's approval of the drug and trying to get rid of it, there was a ruling 20 minutes later by another judge in Spokane directed the FDA to maintain access to it in almost the entire country.
17 states.
Well, it says almost the entire. I'm reading it. The two rulings appear to be significant. So, guess who it falls on?
Supreme Court.
Biden.
No, it does not.
Because the Justice Department.
No, it goes to the Supreme Court. When courts are having an issue, they have to go to the Supreme Court.
All right. Well, 20 minutes ago, it says the Biden administration is asking a judge to clarify how the federal government is supposed to comply with Friday's dueling court orders on the abortion pill.
And that's what I'm saying. It goes to the Supreme Court, not to Biden. It goes to the Supreme Court.
Even as the Justice Department, lawyers moved to have one of the decisions put on ice. Just thought it was interesting that there was two completely opposite.
You must have missed the beginning of the show because that's what
I was doing stuff.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I said that. But that's what I said. It's got to go to the Supreme Court for them to actually decide what's going. That's why they're making an emergency stay on it. That's why they wanted emergency stay on it. But like I said, it's a losing argument. It's already back in the state's hands. Just fucking go to a abortion-friendly state and stay there. Don't come back to the ones that you don't like. Don't make it hard for the rest of us because you want to have uncovered dick. That's
hot girl summer.
You know, Jesus Christ, it's crazy. But that's the dog. The dog is breathing like that. Leave that dog alone.
He won't leave me alone. Once I start petting him, then I got it.
No, you're fine. You're fine with your plan.
Yes, Double Brewski. That's corn pop. Yep.
This is the corn pop.
Yep. He just came in.
Spokane is controlled by Bill Gates indirectly, of course. Yeah, that's a fact. The whole argument is over. No, I didn't. I didn't see it. Where's Vix at? They are just creating another hustle involving a drug game. And that's what I said. It's Big Pharma at its highest point. Because if you don't do one, you got to do the other. So that's what it is. It's just a way to funnel money into the bureaucrats' hands. That's all it is. No matter if it's the justice system or if it's the Supreme Court, all they're doing is funneling money from one hand to the next. That's all they're doing. And no chases. They're never gonna stop fucking. That's crazy to even think that. These hoes ain't gonna stop fucking.
No.
Because they don't. It's all in their favor to continue fucking. So. But I want to switch off that to my main topic one of my main topics that I like talking about is these questions that are put forth by these young people on how they feel about transitioning, which I think is crazy.
Jesus Christ.
We have these arguments like it's a true argument. To me, it's not a true argument, but they continuously try to have this argument back and forth with these so-called intellectuals that just destroy their question. It's amazing, if you ask me. Like, why come up and have this question? But they do. So let's hear it.
I was diagnosed with gender dysphoria while I was inpatient here in UW-Madison.
Oh, Lord.
I looked into the research and talked to doctors, and through my journey, I decided to explore medically transitioning, because it's shown to decrease suicide.
Why is he the only one with a mask on?
I was just gonna ask that fucking question. Why are these motherfuckers still wearing a mask?
I think you know the answer to your own question.
And the next words coming out of this guy, this moron's mouth, is a complete lie.
Okay.
It's a complete lie.
And stuff like that. And since then, although I've had to deal with other issues such as transphobia and sexual assault, I've been more happier overall than I ever was before. And my question to you is, what specifically about medically transitioning do you think is so immoral that we should ignore the potential benefits? And why should I listen to you as somebody who's not a medical professional and has not experienced gender dysphoria?
Okay, so I'm gonna stop right there. Now you heard his stupid ass question, right? It was literally stupid. The answer that was given to me was one of the best answers and it should be the only answer. Every time this question is asked or even posed, It should be deadened just like it was now.
And real quick, Tom, real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Can they please define SA? Because when they say that, what do you mean by that? Because we all know that they done took that term and made it this generic ass term that can mean anything. You say hi to them, it's sexual assault. So I wish they would stop saying if they gonna use it, we need to have a clear. They need to have a clear, or we need to have a clear definition of what that
clear and concise definition without any banter behind it. But I agree with you on that because simple fact is, like he's trying to say that because I've heard this argument between these so-called transgendered all the time. I don't think there's a big ass fucking epidemic of people wanting to put dick in the ass of these transgender boys.
Not at all. You could tell it was already going to be a losing argument. Well, first of all, I already knew it was going to be a losing argument the moment I saw that freaking Mets cap.
Yo, hey, that's a Black Thought's team. If you didn't know, he likes that blue and orange.
I don't think there's an epidemic of like transgender violence, like white, or people committing violence against transgenders.
But they keep saying it is, so
It's
that's
not.
crazy.
It's really not.
No.
Yeah, so that's insane. But yeah, let's here's
They're trying to create the violence.
Go ahead. What'd you
I'm
say,
saying
Black Thought?
there's not enough of them to be an epidemic.
No, all I'm saying is they're trying to create violence.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do.
All that talk of all this violence against transgenders might have been a big motivator of that thing that just went to that school and killed all those people. It's
Of course, yeah. Corn Pops, you're absolutely right. They are radicalizing these people because they're brainwashing them. And, how come nobody's seeing it? Only the news media is seeing it. No one else is seeing it. Just the news media. Magically seeing all this violence. We ain't hearing about it. We ain't seeing it. And if it was happening to the degree in which they're saying it, I'm pretty sure we would be seeing it.
Well, I blame the news media for so much. Like, I don't think any of those like Black Lives Matter riots would have ever happened. Like, and all those towns burnt down if news media didn't like perpetuate this like, idea that there's there's just, all this racism and people are killing each other all the time over racism. Like, if none of that would have been like pushed over every mainstream news outlet, I don't think there'd been all these cities burned down. You can apply that to so many different things,
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
All right. So let's hear his argument for this child. Or I'm sorry, transgender.
To begin with, the morality of it, that is something I'm applying to the medical professionals, the people that are doing this. I think it's immoral for them to do it for a number of reasons. Right, but you have to go to a medical professional to do it. This is something a doctor has to approve and has to do it. It has to be done to you, in effect, by a doctor and by drugs and by the pharmaceutical company. Okay? And I know you ask, well, why should you listen to me and not these medical professionals? I'm not saying that you should listen to me like I'm the ultimate authority on all things. You have to listen to me. There are plenty of other people that are saying the same thing. Or you can listen to the voice of generations past, who, as I said, for thousands and thousands of generations, there was no question that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. So I don't care if you listen to me or not specifically. But I would ask you to think about this idea that the people who are the sole authorities and the people that you should solely trust are the ones who are making money off of you. Okay? What was that? Okay. Yeah.
Stupid.
I'm not sure how I'm making money off of you exactly, but I'm also not pretending to be your doctor. And my issue is with doctors who claim that this is about medical treatment and claim that they have the studies behind it. And yet, in reality, one of the primary reasons that they're doing it is because there's a lot of money to be made in it. In fact, I've proved that in Nashville at Vanderbilt. I had a doctor explaining how she convinced Vanderbilt to get in the gender transition game, and she said one of the things she tells them is it's a big moneymaker. So that's the issue that I'm taking with it. And another point to the morality of it is that there's a dishonesty behind it. Dishonesty in the false promises that they make, which is that you can attain this image of maleness or femaleness, or that you can actually become in some ways the opposite gender or sex, whatever words you want to use, which is a lie. It's not true. You never can. And
I have a horrible Adam's apple. My voice sounds like this. I still love myself. And there
No Chase with the $5 super chat says, can you really blame the news media outlets for the expose or the viewership?
Accountability on both sides.
Yeah, I agree with you. And what this person right here is about to literally say is he's happy with himself, but in the same breath it says he has gender dysphoria. That those two are oxymorons. They don't go together. If you're happy with yourself, how can you have gender dysphoria?
All these motherfuckers are just trying to fit in with the crowd. That's what this shit's about.
I'm happy with myself, but I hate my Adam's apple.
What up, Delbert Brewski? How you doing, good sir?
Hey, good to see you guys. So what I miss?
Oh, you missed Illuminated scaring off everybody.
Oh shit. Okay. What's up, Corn Pop? Good to see you.
We were talking about the abortion pill that they have. That your state of Washington and the state of Texas are battling over right now. It seems like these two states are always battling each other with rulings. Where it needs to go to Supreme mercy order to go to the Supreme Court to decide on whose ban is going to be the ban that needs to be done. Other than that, we just got into the topic of these transgender morality.
The Decepticons, yep.
Yeah, Decepticons. Other than that, nothing. You didn't miss really much anything.
Okay. Well, the comment I posted on there. So I have heard there actually is an elevated risk of being assaulted or potentially murdered if you're a transgendered individual, and you don't really hear. I mean, you'd think that if that was a super common occurrence, you'd be hearing about it on the news all the time. Like
at least a couple stories. Have you heard any stories?
Not really. The only cases that I actually have heard of were cases where somebody was deceived by the Decepticon, went home with them, found out about the deception, like 6 or 7 inches worth of deception, and then beat the living crap out of the person for doing it. Because so those are the only cases I've actually heard about a quote unquote trans person being like murdered or assaulted, was because somebody went home with them from the bar and didn't like what they found between the legs, and
but
wouldn't live with shame.
No,
that's it. That's like only 1 or 2.
No. Here's the thing about that argument. I mean, it's not even an argument. Here's the thing about that story. Can we really say that story is any more different than before we had Transformers up there? That we had gay guys that would go up.
Well, they were called drag queens at that time.
Well, I'm saying when we had gay men who they were targeting straight men who got seriously drunk and then took them home. Is that not the same story? Now we just have an actual person that's trying to be a woman.
Yeah, I agree.
It's more convincing. Yeah,
but if you go on TikTok right now, not just TikTok, some parts of YouTube, which is they come across my screen all the time, is that you have these fanboys or glamour girls, I would call them, going around saying, "Hey, you should not tell the person that you're trying to be with that you're transgender. It's not their need to know, even if you're about to have sex with them." And if you consider that, you do that to someone that doesn't know, who literally thinks that you're a woman, what do you expect when they find out you're not one?
That's messed up.
No, I've been through that same kind of conversation with somebody, and the one thing they immediately tried to dismiss me because I said, if you're gonna tell me that it's not okay, or rather, you're gonna tell me it's okay for you not to say anything to a person who should be knowing everything about you, then why should I say anything about anyone if you're gonna reach out to them and say they have HIV? I'm not gonna tell you.
They promote that as well, not telling someone that you have HIV as well.
Yeah.
And to that question, I'm like this: if you do it, you can't expect me to be in my right type of mind when I beat the dog shit out of you, or I pop the dog shit out of you, or you left leaking somewhere. It's not my fault because I'm in temporary insanity because a man's manhood is literally called into play in his own brain before anyone else. Bro, that'll cause a man to go goddamn crazy. Now, I done kissed you. I done touched your ass. Now, if you are a manly man, ain't no way in hell.
Well, and then there's the argument of consent that people always want to talk about.
Well, men don't have to get the right to consent.
If you don't tell the person, you don't give that person the option to say, hey, let me back out of this. I said, ain't that what they always trying to say with the women?
And the drinking? Sure.
Yeah. It's like, so where's the consent here?
Well, that's one area. Like, there's a woman I dated about 2 or 3 girlfriends ago, and like I dated her for about 2 or 3 weeks, hadn't hooked up with her yet, and like when it started to get kind of toward that, she actually was like, there's something I got to tell you. She's like, I have HPV. And like, I respect the hell out of her for saying that. Not that from my research does a lot to guys, if I later, you can pass it on to another woman that maybe you were going to be with for a long time. And, I think that was cool as hell of her she could have just kept her mouth shut, not said anything, but she, told me the truth, and, then we kind of went our separate ways, but, not everybody's like that.
Well, that's the first rule of contract law, is to give full disclosure. If you're negotiating a contract with anybody, whether it be, for a relationship or, a business deal, that full disclosure is the most important thing. And you get your ass sued if you are selling somebody a house that had like a bunch of people murdered and found dead in it, and you don't tell anybody and you're the realtor. There are laws that you have to disclose this. So why shouldn't we have laws to disclose certain things like that to an intimate partner? I think that's just irresponsible.
I said this to a young guy. He was like 23, because he was seeing this girl. I said, listen, if you're telling me you're trying to get with her, she's not hooking up with you, but she says that the only thing she's willing to do is give you anal, do not trust her.
Oh, well, you know what? We're gonna stay away from that one right now. We'll stay. I'll stay away. But let's continue this video.
There's always been money in making people happy, like wearing nice clothes or good food. It does cost a lot of money. That's why I can't get surgeries that would make me a lot happier.
But the point of medicine is not supposed to be to make you happy in the moment. That's not the objective of medicine. The objective of medicine is your overall wellness. It's about treating what is actually wrong. That's medicine. And so if you are struggling to accept who you were born as, what your actual biological identity is, I have all the compassion in the world for that. I mean, I can't imagine having that disconnect in my head. It has to be a source of immense despair. But what I hate is the medical professionals who, instead of helping you with that instead of helping you to accept who you really are and find joy and fulfillment in it, they're trying to make a quick buck, and they're selling you false promises, and they're telling you that this stuff is based on long-term studies, and they're lying to you because it's not. There have never been any reliable long-term studies on almost all of this stuff, because the fact is that the medical industry only started doing this at such a large scale recently, so they couldn't have the data. They're pretending that they do. They're lying. And that's what I hate. That's the immorality.
I'm a retired professional. I was in Tyson's camp. I work with.
If the medical industry is going to be honest about this, they wouldn't, because it's not. It's not.
My best Felix gendered, and I lost to Meldrick Taylor for the junior walkaway.
Stop this shit. This is why. Okay. Good.
So I was just saying, if the medical industry were even remotely honest, they would give you that full disclosure, and they would have testimonies of people, like before you, like say they sit you in a room, you'd say that you think you got gender dysphoria and you're thinking about transitioning. If it wasn't a profit-based system, if they were literally trying to help you and not just, reap the profits and the rewards financially, they would give you all that information, and they would have testimonies that you could watch of, somebody that had actually helped them and made them feel better, but then other people who regretted it and were were close to suicidal because of all the medical problems that it actually does cause. It is not a complete and settled science. It's not like a nose job. There's a ton of side effects. And thankfully, Matt Walsh in his documentary, he's got somebody that discusses a lot of the actual medical side effects from getting these vaginoplasties or I call it Frankenvag, but a vaginoplasty or a but yeah, a lot of the side effects are actually pretty bad. Like if you're a male to female,
it's a wound that has to close itself up.
Yep.
Yeah, the whole dilating thing. I saw some TV show where they were normalizing it, and there was a mother and a son, well, now a daughter.
Yeah,
and the mom was like, I got her not dilating, and I swear to God, if she doesn't dilate it, I'm gonna take that thing and shove it in her myself, to make sure she doesn't close up. And it's like, man, there are some sick families in this world now. Like,
well, here's a question by Thoughtless Analyst. Is there a safe place for the trans community? Yes, in the trans community.
Antarctica.
No, Tom's is exactly right. The issue is that they don't want to be in the community. They want
to be amongst the normal people. I'll say it. They want to be amongst the normal people.
Well,
I get the fact that they want to be amongst normal people, but the same way how we had to have culture where we wrote out the point where gays can become accepted. You're new to the game. You're gonna have to ride it out just as long.
Mm-hmm. And accept the fact that guess what? Everybody's not gonna accept your life, homie. And just take it.
They want acceptance from all. You have to accept their lifestyle no matter what. Just like you have to accept a gay
well, that's the difference between tolerance and acceptance. They say they want tolerance, but really they want acceptance. Tolerance is when you put up with something.
No.
You don't
They
really
want more. They want more tolerance and acceptance. They want privilege. They don't want nothing else but privilege.
Yeah, they don't want tolerance
and a supreme authority over that privilege.
So I forget who actually said this.
You what you're interested in.
Yeah,
I forget who actually said this. Who said this quote? But when you're used to preferential treatment, equal treatment seems like oppression.
Okay, here's Locksmith.
I think that was Thomas Sowell. I think that was Thomas Sowell, actually.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's a former Navy SEAL, very respected teammate that's fully trans and speaks out about it openly. I give two shits about it. I don't care. It's not going to change the way he can be the most manliest girl out there. I still don't give two shits. You're still a boy. You're a boy, Damon.
That's okay. The comment right underneath that by Georgia, that makes me sick.
What did it say? One of the infamous trans kids is now 20 years and does pornography. He still looks like a kid because he never developed properly. Is that one? What is her name? What is her name? Jesus Christ.
Well, the one that had the TV show for the longest time was that Jazz.
Jazz.
Yeah.
Jazz Jennings.
Yeah.
Was that the girl that's like 24 but looks like she's like 8? Is that what y'all are talking? Are you talking about something else?
I don't know about none of that, but that's y'all.
It was on TLC.
Yeah, it was a show on TLC, and it was a boy that
was Jazz.
transitioned.
Jazz is not,
yeah, I don't know about.
And RuPaul is just a drag queen. That's not a transgender. He's just a drag queen. Which is he tries to make sure there's a difference between a drag queen and a goddamn transgender. He always speaks about it.
Decepticon and Pretendicon. I don't know.
Oh, we got a new member to the crew, which is Kingdom Minded. Welcome. I don't know if it's new or if it says new member. So, hey, we're going to give you applause anyway. Thanks for being a part of the team, the crew. You know. Man, it's crazy how they don't. It's a bid for privilege. It's just like this whole females get their privilege plus more. They're not fighting for equal rights. They're fighting for superiority, and that's the problem. They're not fighting for anything else but superiority, just like feminists.
No.
Wow, we haven't seen Jay in a minute. Jesus Christ.
Look at the lights off.
Hey, Jay.
It's just the lights are off.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going
What's going on, brother?
Doing all right, man. Doing fantastic. How's everybody else?
Oh, all right, good. So,
All right.
Do you have anything to comment on this before we get into the next video, or?
I was only partially listening in the back. I'm gonna tell you right now. Don't be surprised with this new wave of don't disclose your actual sex. Don't get surprised when you hear a swath of serious domestic abuse and possible deletion cases occur because of this. Don't get surprised when you get to that point.
They're still at I think it was a 40%
suicidal
rate. I think it's over 40%. That's
Mhm.
still high as hell for something that's supposed to make you happy.
I don't mean self-deletion. Yeah, but I don't mean self-deletion. I mean deletion by someone else because you're not disclosing.
Okay, so most of that is still happening within
Yeah.
the same
Assisted
LGBT.
deletion.
Yeah. It's
Good
still
one.
happening within the same so-called community.
Control Alt Delete.
Yeah. But let's get into this next video. And again, Kingdom Mind, thanks for becoming a member on the channel. Everything's much. We're still gonna have our monthly giveaway. I don't know what day it is. We can't do it this Saturday, so it's gonna be sometime either this week or next week. I keep putting it off because I'm waiting on a woman to tell me where you can vie for a tumbler of your own liking, and we'll go from there. Because we do appreciate everyone that becomes a member of the crew. What am I doing? All right, here, wrong mouse. This is a good question, though. Not really, but we'll watch it.
A lot about the mental illness and depressed and anxious population in the trans community. But you don't talk about the happy people in the trans community and how these preventative measures of, let's say, like puberty and the surgeries that go for gender affirmation and how these are life-changing and life-saving. I know many people.
How do you know?
Oh, okay. 1 second, if I can finish my conversation.
Okay.
Many people in my life have had these interventions made, and it's saved their lives. I can list dozens of people in my life. So what do you have to say for?
You can list dozens of people who had.
All right, that was a good statement. She says she knows dozens of people.
Lies.
How
I bet
many
she
of
knows
us
two,
actually
max.
know a transgendered person in their life as of right now?
I don't know any
No.
personally, but I've met two.
New, yes.
One of my cousins is
knew
trans.
one, but that person's dead now.
How did they go? If you don't mind me asking.
Illness, some type of they got sick and died. It was like other stuff.
Because there is a thing that's saying some of the medication that they're giving people are causing these cancers and other things as well. Considering men that actually are put on estrogen makes cancer, all kinds of cancer for men who are not just injecting these things but taking these pills and are on Big Pharma's money grab. Oh damn! Look at Black Thoughts. He said Big Pharma's money grab right there. This is fact. So. But let's continue going. You heard what this young blonde has to say.
Surgeries and drugs as children and would be dead today if they hadn't?
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Dozens of people who have had interventions, including gender affirming, let's say therapies, yes, hormones, surgeries that have made their lives better. I'm not saying it didn't force them to commit suicide, but it made their lives better. What do you have to say for the happy trans?
Whoa. They're dead. They're better, but they deleted themselves? They're better.
By my estimation, sure.
That to me did not make any sense of what she said. So what she's saying, they were happy to commit the self-deletion.
That's exactly what she just said.
Well, I think she misspoke because I do believe she's implying that they avoided self-deletion. You might have to roll it back for a second.
No. She self-corrected. She added people to the list.
Yeah, that was weird. Let me bring up.
Well, already she's quantifying that she knows dozens of these people that have undergone these procedures and it saved their life. Now, how long does it and did it save their life for? Are they still around? Did they get the surgery last week? 2 months ago, 6 months ago.
You
How
really
long?
think that LA? She's just talking to someone told her. I don't believe that. I don't believe it.
She probably has a bunch of Twitter followers that told her that, but she doesn't know these people in real life. I'd be willing to bet she might know 1 or 2 people in person, but the rest of it's just Twitter nonsense.
Tina Minum says she knows a baker's dozen. I don't believe you. I don't even know a dozen. I only personally I know one personally.
Well, that would really depend on where she's located, where she lives at. Because depending on the city, you can if it's like New York or LA, a city like that. Hell yeah, you could.
Here in New York, no, I could spit on every corner. I can literally ride every damn train. The chances of me running into them are so slim. I can literally walk around the East and West Village. It is so rare that I will ever walk into a train.
Well, I live in a pretty conservative area in Southern Oregon, and I've actually met 2. There was one that was actually he was like a big burly dude, and he came. I see him 1 week, and then he comes into our shop 2 weeks later, and he's got the sparkly gown and everything, the wig, sparkly gown. He's like, "Oh, I just got my surgery." And I was like,
hold on. Adolf Galiland.
Yeah, I changed my name to be a slightly more politically correct name because I figured the other last name might be a little too spicy.
Hey, Corn Pop, thanks for becoming a member, my good sir. You always be Corn Pop to me, brother. But what Georgia Swan said, I had a Twitter friend, trans Twitter follower I had to block because I'm sure he's a he's a serial killer. Jeez, I said trans serial killer.
Like even the trans person I knew, they went from male to female, and in the end, got with a woman.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense because that's what Jenner did. What the fuck his stupid ass name is? Bruce Jenner did the same thing.
Yeah. So the other trans person I met, about a week after, I'd met this person before, and then I saw him like, I don't know, 6-7 months ago, and came into the store, and it was like, clearly this is a guy, and he was like twirling his hair. I don't know if he was trying to flirt with me or what, but he's like all twirling his hair, curling it back over the ear and stuff. And then about 2 weeks after that, give or take, I was at the bar drinking with some friends of mine, and I looked over and I saw that trans person clanking glasses with this super old guy, and like they were celebrating. And I was like, man, I don't know if I should go up and warn this guy or what, but it's like, no, just let it go. Each their own.
I don't know. Hell no. Let's finish her out.
Community.
I guess I would throw back at you first because the burden of proof is on you on this one, and I'll explain why the burden of proof is on you. Because as I went over in the talk, for thousands of years, human beings existed, and there was no such thing as trying to medically transition people into another gender. And as far as we know, there was no suicide epidemic because of it. And then in the last few years, people like yourself have come along and said, we desperately need to do this, or people will be in despair and they might kill themselves. So you are making a claim that contradicts common sense, science, biology, also the entire experience of the whole history of the human race. And so what that means is that the burden of proof is on you to support it. And so I'm going to ask you, you said that people need this stuff so they can live happier lives and potentially it'd be life-saving, you said even. Aside from your anecdotes of your friends who told you so, how do you know that?
Okay, so thinking back to when I was 16 in an anatomy class, when I learned that transgender people tend to have the brain structure that confirms their identity that they identify with. And you can look that up. That's a fact.
I will look that up.
Yeah, it's a fact.
I will look that up and I won't find it.
Yeah.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Should we all pull out Google really quick and look?
So you're saying a trans man has the brain of a woman?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying that a trans man who identifies as a man will tend to have similar brain structure that a cis man would.
And where did you get that from?
Look it up. It's literally,
Okay.
I'm telling you, I learned it from
you
my
pause that?
anatomy class when I was 16. And I looked up the fact before I walked up here because I knew that you'd ask.
Okay.
But you can't recite it.
That's
What
a
the
trans
fuck,
man.
man?
A trans
Not
man
true, but
has
it
the
also
same.
doesn't answer the question. So
A trans man has the same brain as a cis man.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. That. Yeah. So
we all
I
have the fucking human brains. What the fuck, man? Like,
But
what
this-
are they teaching
no, but-
at these
okay.
damn schools?
No, period. Human brains, whether male or female, are the same. The brain chemistry is what's different. The neurons
yeah,
are still the same.
Well, also the volume and the size can be different because
No,
a
the
human
volume
female
is
is
smaller
small.
than a woman, yes. But
Yeah.
the way how it works still functions the same.
So what she's actually referring to is there was a study a while back. Of course, it's made to try to sell people on this idea. They say, well, some people that identify as female, even though they're biologically male, they actually have brains closer to that of a human biological female. And those studies were conducted after hormone replacement therapy had already been started and been going for X number of months. So basically, that's studying the effects on the brain after taking hormone replacement therapy.
And they were trying to use that as a qualifier to say that this is such. People who identify after that, well, not even after that, people who identify as a cisgendered or a transgendered woman or a transgender male has the brain of that type of person. It wasn't even backed by anything because the thing behind it was literally, like you said, it's after drugs have been induced into them.
Yeah,
but you can change anyone's brain chemistry. Just like you can make them slower than a motherfucker, just by giving them some Ativan, some Haldol, you can change the whole lifespan of a motherfucker with that. We ain't gonna get to the real hardcore shit, mind altering drugs. There's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that term. What term do you hate there, L.A. Wilkes? Why are you not up here?
Yeah.
Get
It's
up,
probably
bro.
the cis. He's probably talking about the cisgender term.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm
I
right
hate
there
that
with
shit.
you. I hate that.
I hate that fuck. I don't even know what the fuck that shit means.
You
Sounds
spelled it
cringe
wrong,
as super
sir.
straight.
It's CIS, sir. Just to let you
Yeah.
know, it's not SIS. It's CIS.
It's nowhere near as cringe as being called a super straight.
Oh,
My
you're
ex
not a
fiance,
super
she
straight?
managed a pizza store, and she one of her people she hired went by that term cisgender, and she was explaining it to me one day, and
Never.
yeah, I started laughing, and she didn't take it very well. Yeah.
Yo, let me mention something that's just really funny. So women are going up against this battle with transgender women and saying that actual biological women are not real women. You don't hear that mess when it comes to actual men. There's no one out there that's talking about, well, trans men between biological men and trans men, that biological men are not real men. You don't hear that BS.
Because we already know this. It's not logical.
It's just so crazy.
I think to really demonstrate how absurd this all is, I think that all high school and college women's basketball teams should recruit exclusively biological males. Even just get like the guys from the regular men's basketball team. Just get them like, hey man, we'll pay this much if you identify as female for the season, and just get like the entire women's basketball teams completely replaced with all male, and then you'll get.
I already said that.
Yeah, then when you have like one college or one school that completely dominates the district, and it's like, oh well, they won like 174 to 26. I mean, when you start getting those kind of scores,
Well,
I
why
think it
stop
really.
there? Go to soccer, go to volleyball.
Oh yeah,
go to
all of it.
All the you know what? I think they should just get rid of all women's sports and just
That's
have an
why
open
I said,
sport.
remember what I said. I said I cannot wait for the coach that's going in the WNBA that's going to recruit an entire trans team, and they're going to kick the shit out of everybody else in the WNBA. It's going to get them that revenue because I'm going to watch that shit. I'm going to be cheering.
I'm laughing at all this shit because all the issues are coming on their side. We don't care about any trans men walking over and trying to dominate on our side.
That's true.
I can't wait to see LeBron
no
James. I can't wait to see LeBron James join the NBA, the WNBA.
Who here knows of any trans male athlete watching us in any sport?
None.
Exactly.
Not in the
We're
male
just,
sport,
sitting
but
there
damn sure
watching the
female.
dumpster fire. We're just watching this whole thing happen.
Yeah. Who left now? Oh, Beastie Nerd probably kicked himself again. Swear we doing this shit we do this shit accidentally all the time. But let's hear what he has to say.
Let's try to stay focused on one false claim at a time if we can, because we might get bogged down.
Okay.
So you actually started by saying that blocking puberty, which is chemical castration of a child,
Just one example, yeah.
yeah, is life-saving.
It can be.
How do you know?
Because there are children who have been suicidal that have had these interventions made.
What children? How do you know? And how many children have had that done
Me personally,
and then
I
are still
haven't met
suicidal?
children. Me personally, I haven't met enough trans children to answer that question.
Okay.
But I know
You are
that the
making-
research exists.
You're making this statement, you're stating it as a fact in front of all these people. There must be a reason, there must be something that you encountered that led you to this rather radical conclusion that to save a child's life, you have to chemically castrate him.
Not every
Lupron,
child. No, sir.
Okay, well, that is what you just said. The drugs we give to kids for puberty blockers, so-called puberty blockers, originally are cancer drugs used to treat prostate cancer. They're also used to chemically castrate sex offenders and child rapists. Now we give them to physically healthy kids. You're saying that we need to do that or they will die. And so one last time I'm going to ask you, what evidence do you have of that remarkable claim?
Trust me, bro.
I don't think I claimed that every child would benefit from that.
No, I didn't say you did.
And, okay,
You said
no,
puberty
you
blockers
did, you did.
you said puberty blockers are life-saving. What
I
evidence do
said
you have for that?
they can be. The
how do you
evidence
know?
is the encounters with patients who have had these procedures done, and it has saved their, I don't want to say it saved their lives, but it has made their lives better. I can't confirm whether or not they're alive right this second, but there are children that it has helped.
Jesus said, I can't confirm that they're alive right now. But I know it to be true that they are so happy with these puberty blockers and the
They
sex
said,
change
Lord, take
that
me.
they can just go ahead and take their own.
One of the people she's probably talking about is they're up in their closet right now with a rope going.
I'm so happy. I'm ready to go now.
Jesus, how many straws can you grasp at, for God's sake? Good Christ, man.
She just made herself look so stupid.
For real, though.
Oh, she's like, I'm a woman now. I'm ready to meet him.
Thales Ammo says she's right. Yeah, okay.
So what do you have to say for the happy trans community who has benefited from these procedures? That's my
I
question
guess what I
for
have
you.
to say is that your entire question is built on a whole stack of false premises that you can't begin to even remotely defend. So it's a faulty question from the start. I reject your premise. I absolutely reject that there are any kids who need to be chemically castrated in order to be happy.
Okay. Let's.
I reject that.
That doesn't even make fucking sense. Can't watch that.
Oh, he's chasing him. Oh! And they're running by the.
Wait a minute. Stop. This is why I don't like Facebook. Jesus Christ. All right. So, what do y'all think about the conclusion of her walking away?
Well, her argument's so good that she couldn't keep going.
Conclusion. Where was the beginning?
Yo, that's
got watched from inception.
Yeah, that was kind of stupid. Not kind of. That was literally stupid.
Well, once again,
But-
the left is good at making claims that they can't substantiate.
Mm-hmm. But the thing about it is, it was what was his name? Thoughtless Animal said she's right.
Well, he is thoughtless.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't understand their claims that just because you're happy in the moment, like he said before, like a medical necessity is medical treatment is not to make you happy in the moment. It's used to be treatment of something that ails you, not your mental stability. And even then, that's a different type of medical shit that you need to be going after versus actual medical treatment.
Well, when it comes to being happy in the moment, like say somebody is struggling with gender dysphoria, they're being sold this story that, oh, well, if you start taking these hormones and you get this surgery, it's going to solve all your problems, it's going to make you feel better. The problem is right now that does seem to be a very protected class in society, especially if you're like a student in school and you're basically stuck in this social environment to where, you know, I mean, we all went through the public educational system. It is very much like a prison. You go to that cafeteria, everybody sits down at their own cliques and in their own groups, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're now put in this particularly protected group, this group that is seen to do no wrong, and you can't say anything about them, otherwise you're the one that gets in trouble. You can't criticize their behavior. You can't criticize anything. You are now being put in that elevated class of preferential treatment. So it probably does feel pretty good psychologically for a person's ego. I bet you it makes them feel great, like they're on top of the world. But then the reality sets in. The reality sets in that it is a horrible medical procedure. There's a ton of side effects. The majority of people are then basically permanent customers to the medical industry and have to constantly get, you know, things worked on, things changed, et cetera, or, you know, repeated surgeries to correct various problems. Electrolysis is a big issue where I guess like they invert stuff inside and hair still grows out of the pores and they have to deal with that. Abscesses and all kinds of
that makes them happy.
Well, it may in the moment, but once the reality settles in, I think that's why the suicide rate hasn't really changed pre or post-op, because they eventually do come to the realization that they were sold a lie and a bill of bad goods, and that snake oil salesman didn't really solve their problems like they thought. And, you know, at this point, it's too late to go back.
Can we mention something like there's a common theme that I keep hearing when I hear these debates. They say, I went to my doctor to get a diagnosis. No one ever said that they went to a psychiatrist. They said, I go to a doctor. You go to a doctor to get diagnosed, not to get treated for something that's mental illness. If you're saying that you have a diagnosis, from who? What was your treatment? What was your psychotherapy?
That's a good point.
I keep hearing, I went to my doctor, not I went to my psychologist.
I didn't go to a therapist. You went to, yeah.
No, not a therapist, psychologist. I need someone with drugs who can prescribe drugs.
Well, the problem too is you're going to somebody. So this is where I think that the real rubber meets the road. So you have this problem. Say you go to see a licensed medical physician. You know, doctors are the authority on the subject. They're the ones that we're supposed to take their word for this crap. But you go to a person, you're literally going to the snake oil salesman, and it's like, hey, should I get this treatment, which is, you know, like go to church and get saved and, you know, really work through this mentally and become comfortable in my own body and not have to pay out the wazoo for it? Or should I enroll myself in this very expensive medical procedure that the doctor who says yes and signs off on this is actually going to be able to buy a new house or buy another car or buy a private jet off of you and other people that he's selling on this procedure? So who really should you trust? Your pastor, your conservative pastor that's telling you this is not a good idea, who doesn't make a dime out of it, or the medical industry that is going to be reaping in billions of dollars over all these procedures? Who really is the honest person to trust?
The drug user.
Damn it, Tom.
I mean, shit. The one who the person who wants the drug is the only honest person. They just really want the drugs. It's supposed to make them happy, but it's only going to happen in the end. Is it going to truly make them happy in that moment? Probably so. And I won't deny and say they won't be happy for that shorter period of time. I don't know how long is the average time of them being happy before they delete themselves or before they go on to find it. You know, I don't want to be on these drugs for the rest of my life, because we already know once you start a regimen on it, you got to be on it for the rest of your life. So between them deciding that they want to continuously stay on these drugs versus, hey, I'm not happy with these drugs. These drugs can cause irreversible harm to me is another thing. So the
What
only
makes
one
it
that's
worse,
being
though,
honest is the person that's taking the drugs.
yeah, what makes it worse though is that when you have situations where, say, if these people do try to get help and they go to a psychologist and they do get prescribed heavy drugs, well, then at any moment they can flip and say this psychologist is transphobic because they're not reaffirming my gender identity and they're trying to give me drugs to suppress who I really am. And then they go out of their way to flood social media, get up with their communities, and then they try to dox and cancel this person. So now the doctors, the people who are here to help treat you for your illness, are now at risk because this person who came to them potentially to try and get themselves fixed can, in an instant, flip around and destroy that person's
That's
life
fine. That's
for
fine.
doing their job.
That's fine. It's better than that that's better than that psychologist being in fear, signing them up for someone else who knows a licensed surgeon to change you up so you can turn around and potentially at the higher rate that they're claiming to delete yourself. Because now I see two people who are going to lose their license.
It's not the idea of them that it's not that they shouldn't do it. It's not that they shouldn't try. It's not that they shouldn't help these people. It's that now the psychologists and the medical professionals
but
who would normally be incentivized to help them are now disincentivized to do it because the consequences are so arbitrary.
They didn't like what they heard.
Exactly.
The psychologists did their job.
Mm-hmm.
This is from
their job is to get money. Their job is to get money. So they're gonna get this money. I don't give a fuck if you think it's what it is, but we were talking about this person, Jazz Jennings, and she made a confession, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, some shit like that. I don't fucking know. I don't pay attention to this drag queen shit. That's all it is.
Yeah, recently the confession was recently.
Yeah, so he goes over this.
Well, just remember the most important thing. When it comes to the medical industry, it is a for-profit corporate setup.
That's
and remember, a cured patient is a lost customer.
That's a fact. And that's why they stopped calling them patients. They started calling them customers. I don't know if that was when I don't know. Oh, I haven't been in the medical field a long time. When I was in the medical field at the time, they were called customers. It wasn't called patients. Literally. So I don't know.
Breitbart, it says, after 8 seasons, 4 sex change surgeries, quote unquote, and countless hormone treatments, TLC's I Am Jazz star Jazz Jennings still doesn't feel right. I don't feel like me ever, Jennings revealed in a recent episode. Jazz Jennings, who was born a boy and declared himself transgender at the age of 5, confessed feelings of dissatisfaction to his mother, Jeanette. I just want to feel like myself. All I want to be is happy and feel like me. I don't feel like me ever, Jazz said in an emotional exchange caught on camera. So this reality show is still ongoing, and Jazz Jennings has been, quote unquote, living as a girl now for years, but isn't happy. I think we have the clip of that. Let's watch it.
So, are you feeling like you wanted to start talking about?
That bitch got big than a motherfucker.
Okay? I'm okay. I'm gonna cry.
You know I can't get out of my head.
I know. No, listen.
It just doesn't stop.
It's okay. Give me a hug.
Well, that was one of the side effects.
No, it still doesn't stop now, and I'm already going back to negative.
So after 4 sex change surgeries, and that's what they say, you're gonna always be a patient to these motherfuckers. And as a mother, to allow this so-called child to fucking change his sex at fucking 5 years old is fucking mind-boggling.
Well, one of the problems I heard too when they're converting, doing the male to female surgeries that young, is so they basically take the tissue of the penis and they invert it inside out. So if you have a prepubescent child with an undeveloped, a not fully grown penis, and you flip it inside out, there's not nearly enough material to make an actual full-size vaginal cavity that as they grow older and get interested in sex and sexual activity, they don't have enough material to make and the body doesn't grow. I mean, it doesn't grow like it normally would. So there's not enough material left and they have to do extra surgeries later on down the road. And There's another YouTube channel I watched that she actually covered this. Apparently, they'll take tissue from the stomach to try to increase the depth of the vagina, the neovagina. But in some cases, they'll actually use material from the colon, which will actually make the random discharges smell like shit. That's
Oh
one of the
my
things that-
gosh! Stop.
Yeah.
The lower intestine.
I could have went all my
And it
life without
combines.
knowing that shit.
How was it, Double Brewski, that as you continued to describe this, it got progressively worse?
Because it does.
I thought y'all knew that shit. I didn't know that shit.
So
and I was in blissful ignorance.
No, I've seen it. Okay, so I am an expert on the surgery of itself. As an adult, I've seen it. I've seen him do the surgery. I have never seen him do it on a child.
Yo,
Or even think about it on a child. That's be.
It's
That
gross.
nigga got chitlins on it, motherfucking.
can't.
yo, you
Chitlins.
nasty as fuck though, Brewski. I'm sick of your ass. All right, let's
Hey.
continue to hear these motherfuckers complain.
Hey, this is a recognized medical procedure I'm
More you're talking-
describing. So
Yeah, that's insane.
You know yourself, it gets harder.
Look
You're
at her.
digging in
Look
and
at
you're-
her. She's
it's
fucked
making
the
you
child
put
up,
a
but now she
magnifying
wants
glass
to
on
fucking.
what's already difficult as it is. So this is hard for you. I know, and we don't want to push
And
you
I know
anymore.
I'm the one doing it. Like,
I know you're your own worst enemy.
I feel kind of all over the place and like my mind is very cluttered and not clear. And I really want to have that clarity. I really want to understand myself and be able to read my own soul and what I want. And it's just very challenging. And I think I'm kind of breaking down a little bit and spiraling into negativity.
I just want to feel like myself.
10
Like,
years.
that's it. I don't
20 years
care.
back, Dale.
All I want is to be
Long
happy
time
and
ago.
feel like me, and I don't feel like
What
me
is me?
ever.
Okay, so that's actually in a really depressing and terrible way. It's a powerful clip because of the words that he uses. I don't feel like myself ever. I don't feel like myself.
Mm.
Now you hear from the abusive this mother. I mean, obviously, all these parents that force this on the kids, they're all evil. But this woman in particular, you know, it's different for her because we've seen this documented. She has documented herself psychologically abusing and brainwashing and conditioning her son to believe himself to be a girl. We've seen this over the years, and so you can see just how evil.
It's always with the mother and the beta bitch ass father.
Yep.
And it was worse. They getting a check from the shit, which is why I've never liked this fucking show. And I've always had issues. I said, why are you getting a fucking check and documenting this type of shit? That show has always pissed me off.
Wait, is the father still in their lives?
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
God,
Poor bastard.
the motherfuckers are a disgrace to have allowed this to happen.
well, first they removed his balls.
Yeah. Jesus.
Well, he never had none to begin with. Look at
Wait a
the
minute.
mother. She looks like the alpha of the whole family. Whether you like it or not, she is.
And they just traded one addiction for the other. So the kid already had in their head that they were a girl. That's already one mental thing for the addiction. And then the second thing, because how many people that we hear, even if they're biological women, that they get addicted to surgeries? They never.
Oh
think
yeah,
it's
for
enough.
sure. I forgot about that part.
Forgot about that.
That's a
Look,
good
you have a
point.
whole show about that. Botched.
Yep.
The two dudes fixing botched surgery.
They can't stop going underneath the knife. They always want to be perfect. They're always chasing something.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm watching that clip of the mother talking to the mutilated child, and when the mother's making the arguments and trying to console the child through this process, all I can hear is, but I'm getting rich and famous because of this. I'm getting rich and famous because of this. That's all I could hear from the mother. That's literally like, I'm translating it in my head. That's what she's saying. But I'm getting rich and famous because of this. Do you know how much clout I have? Yeah. That's all I heard.
Because clout is the coin of the new social credit currency. That's why.
That's exactly the same thing with Kris Jenner does with her entire fucking family.
Yep, exactly.
She over sexualized her children to think that her daughter throwing her ass in a circle for another nigga on camera was a thing to get her famous. And it's true. She got them exactly what they want to. Now, if the father was alive, I don't know what he would have did differently. but I'm quite sure he wouldn't have set up a deal for his daughter to be throwing her ass in a circle for a goddamn, for some goddamn coin. But I digress.
That's why Dana White calls her
Well,
the
this woman
greatest
is. And,
promoter.
she
Yeah. Oh yeah. for
says,
sure.
"Oh, I've been through it. I know it." No, you haven't. Really, you've been through that. Your son is mutilated beyond recognition, and he's gone through with the whole quote unquote sex change, quote unquote gender affirmation, medical, he's the whole catalog he's gotten. So you know what that's like, do you, lady? No, you don't. You have no idea. No, because you were able to go through childhood and then early adulthood as yourself.
Mm.
Okay, you didn't have this false identity imposed on you. So you have no idea what that's like. And you never will know. I don't feel like myself. That is as direct as we're going to hear. Certainly as direct as a TLC reality show will allow us to hear.
That's a fact.
Of a trans-identified person saying this is a mistake. I mean, all of this was about, all this identifying as a girl, getting the surgeries and drugs. It was all about supposedly him living as his quote unquote true self. And even after all of that, he says, I don't feel like myself. Because your self has been robbed from, has been taken from you. And also keep in mind when you look at that clip, we hear this discussion about regret after surgery, regret after transition. We hear stories of the detransitioners. And we know that this is much more common than what the powers that be will tell us. But also remember that the trans-identified people who are not in the, who do not officially count in the regret category or the detransitioner category, many of them, and I would say a vast majority of them, are in this kind of category. Where they're not going to come out and say, I regret it, it was a mistake, but it's very clear. They're still unhappy. That's why suicidality is highest after transition. Still very unhappy, is still in deep despair. But what they also have, they have an intense psychological motivation themselves to not fully admit to themselves that it was a mistake, because there's no turning back. And so if you admit that it was a mistake, then where do you go from there? But they also have, Jazz Jennings has his mom, who's there and won't allow him to consider the possibility that it was maybe a mistake. Because if it was a mistake for him, it wasn't really his mistake, it was her mistake.
They don't want to stop that check.
Jazz Jennings didn't make a mistake because this.
Say it again?
Wait.
They don't want to stop that check from coming either, too.
Fact. Well, you mean to tell me that the medical industry that profits off of this, the same medical industry that recorded almost no deaths of the flu in the last couple of years, they would be wanting to hide this information from people as to not dissuade them from going forth in this and making them even richer? Perish the thought.
No, man, it's crazy to even think of that shit. It's like you got him, he doesn't know himself because he wasn't allowed to know himself.
I don't see this getting
How
better.
do you think that how do you feel that you're a woman if you were never a woman? How do you feel that you're a girl if you're never a girl?
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel if you're a boy if you were never
Never
a boy?
been a boy. Thank you.
Doesn't make sense. And to even think about, oh, I feel that I'm a boy. What does a boy fucking feel like? Can you please explain that to me?
That's because these kids grow up programmed and they romanticize the idea of what the other sex experiences. By the time they start going through this process, they already have a fantasy built up in their mind and reinforced by everybody else around them that what they're doing is the right thing and they're living their truth.
No,
They're sold a bullshit lie.
Not at 5 for Jazz Jennings. Not at 5. That was not their experience. That was their parents' experience. Their parents.
I've always said that parents are living through their children.
Yeah, at 5, there's no way I can even possibly think of what a girl's life would be like.
Yeah, that's their parents using their kids for like political points, as well as like, oh, look at us, we're the progressive type people. That's some shit that the parents did.
These are parents who truly did not love their child at all.
Yeah, that's pretty
This
sick.
is something that I was trying to look up like a year ago.
Well, and it also to kind
Ooh,
of
this
play
would be a
into
good fucking story on Wednesday.
Which one?
The detransition versus trans. Ooh wee.
and also it kind of plays into what you kind of said, Jay, with the it was remember I was watching something about that Candace Owens did when she was talking about Amanda Bynes and
Yeah.
how when you're dealing with a lot of these child stars, that go crazy when they're adults. One of the reasons why is you got to look at it. They never get a chance to be a fucking kid because they're always behind in front of a camera trying to play make believe. They're doing audition. They never get an opportunity to know who the fuck they are. And you can see, and it's the same thing with a lot of these quote unquote young trans like Jazz Jenny. Jazz is a great example. You never got an opportunity to actually be a fucking kid and actually go through life and try to figure yourself out before you even made that goddamn decision. It was placed on you at the age of fucking 5.
That's interesting that you said that, because outside I think of what Raven Simone, you got Amanda Bynes, you got Lindsay Lohan, you got Britney Spears. They all went crazy afterwards. After they went up from Disney, that's it. It's a wrap for them.
All right,
I remember even Mad TV actually had a bit on that where they were making fun of all these like Disney starlets that just went crazy, and I forget who they were making fun of. It was one of the Lindsay Lohans or one of those that basically went crazy as they got older, and she blurted out a line that I laughed at, but I thought was friggin' horrified. She goes, "Disney had my vagina sewn shut." And it was just a Mad TV skit making fun of it, but it just stuck in my head like, yeah, I bet they do all kinds of weird crap to these young girls and mess up their heads. And yeah, it's a good point because none of these kids get to experience childhood and really develop their own character because they're always playing somebody else. They're always pretending to be something they're not, and they never have a chance to identify themselves.
So basically, as they grow up through adolescence, they just have a completely distorted view of reality. Completely insulated from how the real world works.
Okay, well, let me read this real quick. Child can't consent to sex, alcohol, or even school field trip, but can't consent to changing their biosex, can't smoke crack, can't take drugs that alter the brain chemistry for life because of they want to. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh,
yeah, I know.
also,
And then share daughter to trans man Chaz. That's a fact too. That was just weird because the motherfucker's ugly as fuck as a woman and a man.
Did you guys ever hear about the story? Did you guys ever hear about the story? I think this was like 10 or 20 years ago about the twins at twin boys at birth, and one of them had a botched circumcision. So they decided to raise him as a girl.
John Money. He killed himself, and then his brother killed him. Killed. Yeah, that's crazy. That was the first story of it being done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So. And you would think that we would learn our lesson then, as a society.
And to add to Kai's
they used that as a what it is? Damn it!
It was the testing ground for it.
Yeah, at a catalyst to say that you can transition young kids and they wouldn't be able to tell the difference, which this child did.
They touted it as a success, but then like 20 years later, they were both dead from suicide, and yet it's still not sold as a cautionary tale. It's like a how-to start guide. It's friggin' mental.
But to Kai, also add to Kai's thing, remember that these are also the same people that want to increase the age to where you can own a gun too. Because apparently 21 is still too young to do anything with that. So you can confirm your gender at that age, but you can't own a fucking gun.
And these motherfuckers want kids to be able to vote by the age of 16.
Most people are uninformed. You can own a gun at a young age.
Yep.
It just has to be in your parents' care.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know kids that do 3-gun shooting and they own their own guns, but it's in the care of the parents. So a child can't own a gun.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to shoot every day after school. Like,
but they're trying to raise that
it's legal
age.
even to be in possession of a gun. Like when you're under 18, just has to be the approval. At least it used to be in Florida. I used to go after high school. I'd go and get my gun out of the safe and go to the shooting range.
There's no way that's flying here in New York.
Well, because you live in a pussy state. It's okay.
So
it's
here in
ran by
Oregon,
the gynocracy. We all know that.
Fucking New York and California. That's why I don't want to go back to California.
So here in Oregon, they're actually trying to put forth another anti-gun bill, HB 2005-1, where they basically, amongst other things, would prevent 18 to 21-year-olds, even if you're 19 years old and you legally purchase a hunting rifle on your 18th birthday, you would now be a felon for still being in possession of that lawfully purchased firearm.
How
they
do
want
you still stay in that goddamn state? I don't get it.
I got my
dude, there's so many people like you in that state. I can't. It must be like all the recent California transplants, because I can't understand like how that happened. There's so many like good old boys and like country folk in Oregon. I can't understand how the hell.
Well, that's Southern Oregon, and our population is significantly smaller than Multnomah, Washington, and Lane counties, which are very blue. I mean, just the county that Portland's in and Salem, where all these stupid BS laws are passed, they're densely populated and they're very Democrat. So
what you're saying is you're blaming it on the niggas.
No, I blame Thank you very much. Actually, Oregon has a relatively small black population. It's mostly Hispanic and Native American and white liberals. It's the white liberals.
Definitely the white liberals in Oregon.
Yeah,
but all I hear is blame on black people. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Wait a minute, hold on. Which one of them states are trying to split into two states and one go like the sub?
That was Idaho.
So
okay.
So Oregon, there are people in Oregon and Southern Oregon that have been trying to do what they call the state of Jefferson to create the 51st state, which would be called the state of Jefferson, and it would basically encompass Southern Oregon and Northern California. So all the good parts that are conservative and red-blooded, and then basically shut out the rest. But it's been stopped for years. Now there's a new thing called the Greater Idaho Project, which would essentially move Idaho's border to where it would encompass where I'm at and basically block off everything but the northern part of Oregon, and they can keep that. Their Salem, their Portland, that'd still be Oregon, but basically where I'm at would all be part of Idaho.
Yeah.
Is it true? I heard that they passed an injunction or something for the mag ban, but a lot of retailers are scared to like have normal capacity magazines shipped to them still.
So what happened was in November 8th, the Measure 114 barely passed by like about 0.75%, thanks to Washington, Lane, and Multnomah counties. That I was just complaining about, but it's got 2 pending lawsuits that have effectively put it on hold. And the next court case is going to be in September. So the magazine restrictions have all been postponed till it goes to trial in September. However, now the Oregon legislature, who is apparently big mad on that, they're now trying to rebrand Measure 114 as SB 348 and push it through instead. So yeah, it's
an ongoing battle, bro. I don't know how you do it. You are better than me. I'm a zealot for moving. If I don't like something, I am done, and it's that quick. I don't have ties. Even though I have this house, I have no ties to this state. If it start becoming stupid, I'm out of the door. But I've always been a runner, so that's my thing. I'm surprised I'm still in this marriage after 20 years. I'm like, because I'm used to running. And she's the only one that helped me down. It's like, look, nigga, you ain't going nowhere. Look, nigga, you ain't going nowhere.
Well, we all know she's got your feet nailed to the floor, and you can't actually get up and move.
No,
well,
she has my feet nailed to her feet, so she makes sure I'm not going nowhere. But no, this is a detransitioning story that I wanted to actually hear because it was on Dr. Phil like a month ago, and I wanted to hear it, but I never did get to it. So it's pretty quick. It's only 5 minutes, so I'm gonna run through this real quick.
I was born biologically female. I began transitioning and taking hormones when I was 18 years old. Growing up, I couldn't pinpoint what my issues were, and then I realized that it might be a gender issue. When I turned 18, I did go to Planned Parenthood. I just stated that I had gender dysphoria, and they gave me testosterone a week later. Before I went on hormone therapy, I wasn't required to see any therapist or any sort of a doctor at all. So about a year and a half after I was on hormones, I decided to see a therapist about getting approval for top surgery. I walked in on one appointment for half an hour, and then she emailed my insurance for approval, just like that. Even at this point, when I was passing as a man, I still had
You're
these
not
doubts in the
passing as
back
a
of
man.
my
You're still
mind
like a
that said,
girl.
what if you're wrong? What if you made a mistake? In the end, I decided not to do the surgery. At that point that I decided to detransition and live my life as a woman again. Even as an adult, it took me a long time to figure out who I was and who I wanted to be. Kids especially need to see a therapist before making any sort of permanent medical decisions like going on hormone blockers and surgeries especially. I mean, they don't even know what they want for dinner the next day, let alone what gender they are. The biggest mistake that I made was that I did not get the right amount of therapy or medical advice needed. These days, if you tell a parent if their child thinks that they might be transgender or has gender dysphoria, to wait and really consider it and maybe seek other therapy, you're just seen as transphobic now because you're not accepting people. I'm not anti-trans at all. I support the trans community very much, but I also support medical responsibility.
If you question this at all, you get labeled really quickly, correct?
You do, immediately as transphobic.
Why do you think that is?
So wait, this is a
I
chick?
think that a lot of the transgender community, they're
Yes. So she started off as a chick, wanted to go to dude. Now she's back to a chick with a bad wig. That is a horrible wig, bitch. Just use your regular hair.
Well,
But
so
notice how
that's
she
the
premised.
issue.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, there's a clips of a young girl at like 16 that started undergoing the hormone therapy and then went on TikTok complaining about it because the voice turned super deep and the hairline started receding at 16. And this is a young biological girl that is now horrified that she's getting a man's receding hairline. So that could have happened to this individual here. Maybe they can't grow their hair normally anymore.
Well, that's what she gets. I don't care.
But notice how she started off her entire statement with, I went to Planned Parenthood and told them I had gender dysphoria. Literally told them that she had a mental disorder, and they still gave her the shit.
The fuck did you go to Planned Parenthood?
It's Planned Parenthood.
Jesus, bro.
This nigga is so fucking petty.
It really is,
I
man.
can't stand
Yo.
you, nigga. I cannot stand you, motherfucker.
Jesus.
This nigga put his name as not illuminated. Oh my god.
I have no idea who that could be.
What do you want, sir? Oh, now you ain't gonna talk?
No, what's up? Sorry, I walked away for a sec. Somebody tried to get a hold of me.
Not you. I'm talking to goddamn L.A.
LA.
No, my bad.
No, you get, but yo, she fucked her whole vocal box up. It's dude, her shit deeper than mine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you,
Check
I
my
was
message.
confused like a motherfucker. I was like, is it the guy, the girl, or girl, the guy? What's happening here?
But keep in mind, her fucked up hairline and her deep voice is her getting off easy for people in that community. That's her getting off easy. Yeah.
Facts.
That's so true.
What is that thing?
That's a grade A woman right there. Check my message in the chat. Why don't you highlight it, motherfucker? God damn.
That's a monster.
That's a woman.
That's a thing that nightmares are made of.
Well, she's technically a woman in real life. She was never a man.
More than a woman. More
Hey,
than
Black
a
Dot said you
woman.
guys will still hit that.
a woman.
He said you'll hit that stop playing.
Well, a few more of these, sure.
Oh.
So they push so much for acceptance that when you immediately or anytime you start to question them, even if it's out of the goodness of your heart to try and make sure that they're making the right decision, anything that goes against their narrative is just immediately labeled as transphobic.
Now, after you started to transition,
okay.
How else did you begin to change your life to live as a man?
I had changed my name. I started wearing a binder. I even moved cities because at the time I was very hesitant to actually come out to coworkers. So I moved about 4 hours away, got a completely different job, and introduced myself as a trans man.
Okay. And what happened when you began to schedule time to get a double mastectomy?
I haven't had any top surgeries, but I did get approved for it.
Okay,
And
that's
how,
what it is. You got approved for
I
it.
did. I got approved. And how that worked, it was scarily easy to do because I had just called a therapist and I had scheduled one appointment, for like a 30-minute session to talk about it. And I essentially walked in. I said, I identify as transgender and I want to get top surgery. And we chatted for a bit, maybe for half an hour. And at the end of the session, she wrote me an approval letter to send to my insurance. And then I got approved just like that.
When you first started,
her pupils
you
turned
went
into
in, you said to Planned Parenthood.
Okay, what'd you say?
I was like, well, did the doctor who scheduled that after wrote the approval letter after 30 minutes? Did her eyes roll back in her head real quick and then dollar signs replace the pupils?
I'm telling you, for sure.
Did like one of her dates realize she was a dude and like bit her on the neck? Is that what that thing on her neck is? Or like,
she's not a dude. She's
Yo,
a
what the fuck?
female.
An actual
She was
woman.
born a female.
Oh,
She didn't go through with the shit.
She just took testosterone. If you really want to get to it, she took a lot of testosterone.
Oh, so she has like a little dick now because that's what happens to women that take testosterone. Their thing pops out.
God damn.
Things I wish I didn't know, but that I've learned.
Is
through
it
reading.
true? That's true.
That is true. Look at.
Oh my god!
I didn't know it did all that. Oh shit.
I gotta look this shit up. Hold on.
I've never heard of that.
Careful, Tom. Don't nuke your screen.
I
Dude,
know this
listen,
from the store.
I'm gonna go look it up on my other computer.
And what happens with the PEDs? So it's kind of the reverse for women when they start taking testosterone.
Oh, it's called an elongated clitoris. Oh, okay. All right.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that just means she'll come quicker.
The receding hairline and and her vocal thing are not reversible. Everything else can be reversible if they
That's
stop.
crazy. Wow.
And they gave you testosterone immediately.
Yeah, I essentially just made a phone call and said I want to transition, and it was immediately given. I got a prescription and went to pick it up like a week later.
Did they ask you questions? Did they do any psychological testing? Did they ask you why? What was your motive?
It was completely self-diagnosed. Well, self-diagnosed. I claimed that I had gender dysphoria, and I wanted
Well, you don't have any
transition,
test to
and
begin
they
with.
didn't really
So
ask me
I
any
understand
questions
how
about it.
being
I
mad about
called
not
them
having
and
no
I
tits.
said, when can I get this? And they just said they needed to write me a prescription for it and send it, and that's essentially
You
what
had no
happened.
proof that you were
I never
gender
saw a therapist about
dysphoric.
it.
You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't talk to anyone about it. Nobody medically professional. I had
Did
just
you
looked
hear
up-
her
I just did,
voice,
like,
nigga?
random
Ain't no way in hell that sound like
research,
a
I guess,
girl.
into the transgender community and everybody online, and they just seemed so happy and successful. And at the time, I didn't see any information on detransition or any like the negatives about it. And so I kind of got completely wrapped into that.
Gender dysphoria can be a miserable way to live if that's what they're experiencing. And there are criteria for that. And one of the criteria is time, that is persistent across time. But you didn't have any of those criteria. You didn't demonstrate that. You didn't document that. You didn't have any professional that documented that.
Nope.
You just said, I want testosterone. They gave it to you.
Yeah, I had confused because I had become uncomfortable with how society had seen me as a woman sexually, and I had confused that being uncomfortable with my gender as gender dysphoria and being
How
uncomfortable.
old is this chick?
So I didn't actually have gender dysphoria. I had just confused
I don't
myself
know.
thinking that I did.
Plus, because she could have probably been pretty
for
cute
me,
if she
click the
didn't like.
link in the.
If she didn't fuck her voice up
Yeah, she didn't fuck her voice
and
up.
had some tits.
Yeah.
If she wanted to sound like that, she could have just started smoking at 12.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So this jigaboo in the background who set up here wanted me to play a fucking video. So I'm gonna go play this stupid ass video for this damn jigaboo. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on, let me pause it real quick. All right, so oh my god, this nigga bringing me to jigaboo shit. We having a real conversation. This nigga wanna go to jigaboo shit.
Okay.
Can you
Is
explain?
that a young Uncle Tom?
No, that's hell no.
Oh no.
Can you explain this video? Oh god, no matter. You're in the fucking chat. It don't matter. Oh, wait a minute.
That's gay. LA's Tinder date
saw
or
this.
Grindr?
What?
He was making fun of TLA.
Let's
The Tiger King's future boyfriend.
Oh my!
You actually watched the stream when you clicked that. That was like somewhere in the middle.
That was not me.
That was LA.
So he had to really find that.
It was someone else.
I think Tommy Sotomayor was playing that or something. I recall seeing that over there.
No way! You ain't.
It probably
shit.
was. He had a stream about him too today.
Yes, it was. You ain't shit. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you, LA, you ain't shit. Mr. Smith, you ain't shit either. You ain't shit. Did you see the man? Know what? Let me see. Degenerates. See, that's why I can't fuck with you, degenerates, man.
So when is the rapture?
What? Who said that? Oh, this motherfucker. That ain't me. That's LA. You ain't. Oh my god. Not soon enough. Ooh wee. You know what? For the culture, we gotta watch. I didn't even get to watch it the whole way. We gotta do it.
Nope, I'm done.
Okay.
No.
Yo, for the culture, we gotta dissect this for the culture.
Are you serious?
For the culture.
For the culture, right? I don't understand the video over here. Well, I get this. This was like a trend. No, this is like a queen thing. What do you call a drag queen thing over here?
I forgot what it was, but basically he started talking about Anton, and basically TLA had jumped in to say something as well. It might have been over about Pearly as well, and then he started playing this, and the person dancing has like a still head of TLA with like a fake wig.
Oh,
Like
okay.
a blonde wig.
All right, but what happened with his movement?
Oh,
Because
no.
he didn't miss a beat.
He was doing all that.
What? Wait a minute.
That I can't explain for that.
I don't care if he clicked the link that day, bro. That's crazy. For the culture, I'm doing it for the. Listen, I was given to me to look at it, and this was obviously on Fatty's stream because it says Fatty. Okay, so yeah, has nothing to do with me. I was just given to me, so I wanted to watch. I wanted to give it a thorough looking through. It's only 56 seconds. I'm only 7 seconds in, and I'm already.
I've seen it. Like, go ahead. Oh,
I see the head now.
Let's go.
This is Fatty. This is Fatty's bullshit. His messy
ass.
He's a medic.
Wait a minute.
You go boy.
So Fatty did
It was that head turn for me too. It was that head turn for me too.
Oh, Fatty, you are a messy son of a bitch.
Fatty,
Holy shit. Yo, hey, Daryl is a very entertaining person. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're my best friend. You're my best friend.
He said one more again. I can't do it one more time. I can't do it no more. Time look up Tampa Supreme roasting of Daryl. Oh my! Listen, what is wrong? Why do y'all hate Daryl so much? What did Daryl do to y'all? God, well, you know.
Later, Bruce.
Sometimes you gotta give the people what they want, right? Hold on, how do you do this? You said Tampa who? Supreme.
Tampa Supreme's roasting of Daryl.
Where's your duck? What'd you do with it? What'd you do with the duck? Huh?
Oh wow, actually came up.
It's a good spot. Yeah.
Which one is it?
Locksmith know which one it is. So Locksmith the one sent it to me. So he know all the dirt.
Well, y'all ain't shit. Y'all messy as fuck, bro.
Go ask him. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you.
Well, y'all motherfuckers ain't responding.
But there's so many over here. Well, oh, here it is. Nope.
You said the one with Tommy on it.
This one. The first one. Oh, wow. You people are insane. What is wrong with you people?
Effeminate because I don't like black women doing stupid shit. That makes me effeminate. I get it. I get it. That's the joke. Well, then let me ask you this. Simp God, Daryl Short, Shrimp God, what should we call you after this? Because I don't know how you, Lawrence and Rodney, I want y'all to judge this 1 out of 10. Check it out.
Oh my God. What is wrong with
Yep. Daryl kind of walked in.
Gay.
And then Tony B. Talking about
Oh, wait a minute. Yo, wait a fucking minute. I'm so done with y'all niggas. Stop playing that nigga winning right now. Yo, what is know what? LA, what did you we were having a good conversation, right? And you just interjected with some fuckery.
Yeah, it's productive.
That's that. Yes, sir. So let the people know I'm gonna do a stream early in the morning for a
Nigga, you on here, just say it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You said let the people know like you're not here talking.
A stream before a car stream in the morning, and it's gonna be on the mass shooting for today. They happen today. So every day I'm gonna start doing a crime stream in the morning time before the car show. So it's gonna be like an hour, and then we're gonna just jump into me and her.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're gonna do an hour stream before you and Kai do a damn stream. You're gonna be doing what's going on in Copville, USA.
Mama downstairs.
I don't know what the name of the stream is going to, but like I said, it's gonna be an hour before.
Mama will give you some cheese.
Okay.
What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, she's got all the cheese.
He's talking to his
Probably
dog.
don't let white
Oh,
folks.
sorry. I thought I was on.
My
bad.
No, you're not.
Let that dog lick your balls over there, sir. Now what I was about to say. So yeah, it's gonna be an hour before my stream. Just before our car stream, just get the people a little something extra. And I want to get into the crime things and going over what I see. So this should be interesting. So if y'all up early, I know I'm not gonna have a ton of people watching, but it actually might turn into something. So we'll see. So I think I'm gonna do it around like 10 o'clock.
Oh my God. This nigga Lawrence wants me to continue playing it. Jesus Christ.
Hit it one more time for the folks.
Lord, be with us. I have nothing to do this. I'm just listening to the people. I'm just gonna play the whole 5 minute 2 seconds, man. I'm just gonna
Thank
play
you,
the whole
G.
thing for you, Lawrence,
Go ahead.
since you
Get
told me
up.
to watch it.
He
Jesus
sent me
Christ.
3 emails about it, 3 texts.
Oh my God.
Into my spirit. That video does something to my spirit. It make me feel free.
Hold on, did that
Let's do it
Negro
again.
say it make him
I
feel
think we need to
free?
kick Tony for approving of this.
I mean, he getting it. He is getting it. He is getting it.
Oh,
that video just does something to my spirit.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, Daryl,
That
what
video
the
does
hell?
something to my spirit. It make me feel free.
Yeah. He's gonna be saying
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
We could do it like that. That is the original version. No holds barred. Or we could do this.
Oh shit! Oh no, not that song!
Penis got me. Penis got me.
Oh no, not that song!
Penis got me moaning. Stick that big D. Come gang, come shot. Big, come stay. Who's straight? No way. Penis gang, check my mood, eh? Squirt. Penis got me booty up. Like it up. Big D. Getting up in a cup. Drink it up. Suck it till the nut bust. Come shot. Penis got me fuck on my day one.
On his day one.
Never giving dick as I take one.
Yes, he take
Want that penis, baby, only the shade once. He ain't put me back when he was straight up. Yeah, you know I do my dance on the dick. Shit, come drip. Suck his dick, let that dick chip. Nut it up, rub it up, beat me over, then he thought my butt. That drippy, come dick tip till he ski high. Riding academics, bet his dick come. If you really wanna shoot, come look your knee up. It was really nice, moaning loud, but I see ya. I'm a skater. I pray to God that I'm drinking with my feet.
With your feet.
I pray to God that penis go deep. Praying that your main nigga put his hands on me. He used to call my booty rough, now he clapping on my cheek. I ain't straight, are you straight, nigga? Turn you gay, nigga. Dick so good, make my booty jump, nigga. All I do is fuck niggas, and I suck niggas.
Wow, what the fuck is happening right now, bro? What is really going on, dude?
Stick that big dick in my ass. Gang come shot. Big, come stay. Who's straight? No way. Penis gang, check my mood, eh? Squirt.
Fucking with Tommy.
Got me booty up, like it up. Double pump, big dick, can't get enough.
Okay. In my life, I will never have to hear that song ever again in my motherfucking life.
Look,
But
let me
it,
tell you
it
something.
gets worse too. It gets worse when I'm looking for stuff because I literally see a
That-
thumbnail. I see a thumbnail right now for his So Not Tommy S channel. Oh my gosh.
So look, that is from a prior back and forth that Tommy had that he got of that dude made that song, and he uses that song against him every time that dude tries to say something. That's why I said leave Tommy alone. He is pretty clever with this shit.
I keep telling you, niggeros. So that apparently nobody listen.
Yeah,
Stop
Tommy's
walking-
pretty entertaining.
Stop walking around your fucking house with no shoes or socks on. This is the kind of shit you do.
Yo, wait a minute.
Beastling nerd. Beastling
Wait a
nerd. How many
minute.
times I have to tell these people this? They don't never listen.
Wait a minute. Listen, I always got socks and shoes on. That's my problem, right? Because I can't do the whole feet up.
What's wrong with walking around your house with no shoes and socks on when you're in your house on a carpet?
That means you're gay, sir. I'm sorry. If you don't have socks and shoes on,
What the fuck? I'm allowed to have no shoes and socks.
you got gay tendencies, sir. So I make sure I have 2 pairs of socks on. I might have 2 pairs of shoes on, depending on how I feel at that point in time.
He got some flip-flops
Matter of
on right
fact,
now.
I put house shoes on top of my regular shoes sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm super straight, okay?
You were super straight.
Yo,
Oh man.
what the fuck? What the fuck made y'all?
Yeah, that's
fucking
more
do that?
nasty. I'm with Tony. That's more nasty walking around your house with shoes on because you drag around everything from outside inside.
No, I'm not Japanese, okay? I'm gonna stick to my shoes and sock wearing, okay? Oh my
You have a
god!
flawed
I
system.
mean, I understand what you're saying. I just, no. I need to burn my eyeballs, okay? And my earballs, because Jesus Christ, that was bad. So, what made y'all? You know what?
No, Locksmith. He sent it to me. You know, he has my number, so he texted to me. And he always texts me different material or whatever he use. So he texted me, it's howling, bro, because he always flip it up right away. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And he's like, yo, you gotta send this to Tom. So I just passed the message.
He just passed the message. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. On that note, we're gonna have a fucking show tomorrow for this jigaboo. What your name is? L.A. Wilkes. In the morning for an hour, going over. What are you going over tomorrow? You said the shooting, the bank shooting.
Yeah.
So what? There's been another shooting.
No. Yeah, that was today. They took out injured 9 people. 9 were injured. 6 dead.
No, 5.
Last time I checked, it was 4 had died.
It's 5 dead and 6 injured.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
So
this happened on I guess it was on Sunday or Saturday, one of those 2 days.
No.
But yeah, he's gonna be doing that tomorrow. I will be tuning in.
I didn't hear about that. I'm gonna have to look that up.
It's a backstory to not a backstory to one of the cops, but the cop who got shot. He recently graduated, right? Check this out. The last graduation class was March 28th. So he graduated March 28th, and he was arrived to this thing. So the commissioner of that department, or the chief, she was like, she actually remembers him because it's not a big department, and shook his hand and remembered the exact words that she gave him. And he's back now, and he got hit in the head. So, but they say he's critical but stable. That's what they say. But yeah, I don't think it's 2 weeks on the job.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks on the job, man. So, tomorrow, hopefully they have some more information.
Well, what state was this in?
Louisville.
Kentucky.
Kentucky. Shit.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
I'm gonna get some more info on it, and hopefully I'll see y'all there, man. It should be. It's something I want to do in the morning time. I'm getting into the true crime things, and I could be able to cut more of that up and send it out on YouTube and get monetized quicker. So yeah, come through, man. That's gonna be more so serious talk. So I ain't gonna have a whole lot of dumb goofing off. It should be something.
You'll lie.
Yeah, it's gonna be fuckery right after me and Kai show, but that you gotta kind of.
Also, what you're saying, you gotta be serious on your show, but when it comes to the old white lady, you gotta be fuckery, and that's some bullshit.
No, because your wife told me she don't want to drive fuckery, so that's why Illuminated come up there and everybody need to just pull out $5 a piece and just cash out it there. You will cash out the car to get her the fuck out of there. Like that band over 30 minutes, but.
Y'all niggas that nigga left. Like, I don't know why y'all did. Oh, what up, Speechless with Kev? What's going on, Kev? It's his first time being over here. What's going on, my good sir? How are you?
I think I met him. He literally.
Yeah, he went to goddamn Fight Club. That's the cat that went on Fight Club. What,
that
2
the
weeks
little
ago?
white boy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told him to come pick us out. You know, we have some conversations. You know.
Can y'all drop my link to this gentleman?
I don't have any links, so I can't drop anything.
You're a piece of shit. He does nothing for me. Literally over here.
I don't have your link, bro. My wife does the link things. I don't drop links. She said, "Hold on, damn."
I'm not talking to my partner in crime. Tell that hooker to sit back. We're not talking to her right now. She better be careful.
I don't know. His mic is trash. I don't want to hear it. I really can't hear him. I'm trying to, you know.
I told y'all it was.
Who are you talking to?
So I'm talking to your ass. And I'll deal with
Look, biatch.
I'll deal with you tomorrow. Deal with your ass tomorrow. I ain't gotta take this shit.
So tomorrow not morning, not afternoon. It's right in the middle. So it's noon. Is that good?
Sure.
All right. Noon tomorrow is our show. I'm going to put up a thing tonight. It's not going to be porch session. It'll be on my page. So anybody that's not subbed, either sub to my page or not and miss it. Whatever you choose to do. But that'll be tomorrow at noon. Is that Vic said it looks like Tommy's really getting off on this. Y'all be careful. Yeah, I said the same thing.
Tommy getting off on what?
On that.
On what? The fuck are y'all talking
on
about?
the whole Daryl thing.
No,
Why the hell
keep
you
going. If you just keep picking a fight with him, and Tommy just gonna keep going right back at him. I tell him.
Yeah. It's crazy.
All right, my mic is crazy, man. I'll get with y'all later. I'm going to bed.
Tom, you couldn't hear you, bro. Speak it. I think your stuff was muted.
I'm muted. Yeah. Listen, it's a few that's been going on. I don't agree or disagree with any of it, but I will watch it and laugh. I will say that. I'm on the outside looking into this shit like, ooh wee. I have nothing against either one of them because I could give two shits about. What are we talking about here? We were talking about the transgender thing going on in society today. That was pretty much the whole show. We did the abortion pill that that has been halted up in Texas and in Washington. We talked about that. We also talked about crypto Fed now for a little bit before a lot of people just started jumping off because they didn't want to hear about that shit because, you know, when you start talking real shit, niggas don't like it. But it's okay. But yeah, we talked about a lot of different things today. If you would sub to the White Ladies channel, which is Kaya's Custom Design, they're going to be talking during the day about I don't know what. They talk about different things as well. But it's her business channel as well. If you want to look up anything she does, there's also there too. Great gift options if you want to do gifts. All stainless steel tumblers and shit like that. If you drink water or coffee or wine or alcohol, I put them in everything. I use them for everything. But yeah, this was a great conversation. I am on my way out the door. We did have a lot of conversation today. Tomorrow is he left. I don't know what because he does his Tuesday show. I'm going to be on there with him tomorrow. LA does a Tuesday show. Tuesday night show around 7:30, 8 o'clock. I don't know, probably 8 o'clock, where he does a Tuesday show on things. So just keep an eye out for everything, all Porch Session affiliates that are a part of the network, if you want to call it the network. But we all come together, and then we move over to one person's page if they're, to get their shit up. So tomorrow is just hers since she's got herself monetized now. So that's a good thing. But if anyone has any last thing to say before we get up out of here.
Good show, Tom.
Thank you, sir. Are you looking? What do you got for us on Wednesday?
Hey, Jay.
Hey Kai, I'm gonna sub tonight. Don't worry, I got you. I'll be there tomorrow. But I'm gonna be working my second job, so I'll be there with you
Yeah,
guys.
you can. We, you know, it's not. I don't
No,
know
no,
what we're talking
my
about.
second job, I can be part of the stream actually. They
Oh,
don't care.
cool. All right.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, we
Logistics
usually
don't care.
we throw the link up and then decide who, you know what I mean? Some people come up and we're like, yeah, no, because we're not about that whole daytime ridiculousness.
Right. I love the daytime show actually.
I
Yeah,
actually do
You guys do
too.
good stuff. Yeah, you guys do good stuff on the daytime show. No offense, Tom. I'm just not all about the fuckery like that. But the fuckery is good. It's like ice cream and cake.
We need,
But you can't
we
have
need
that
that
all the time.
song.
Hey, I don't
where's
do.
Vic? We need Vic
Lauren,
to make us a song.
thank you for the $5 super chat. It says great show time. Thank you very much. Very, very
Oh,
appreciative.
and to answer your question, Tom, I do have topics. Actually, I had topics last week. I couldn't come up on the show, and I saw you guys ended early. So the topics I had for last week, I can apply to this week. If you want some more, I do have more in the pipeline. It depends. Bro, I can have enough topics to fill out your whole show if you really need it.
You always know I'm
Send
down
them
for the
all.
I can. I don't know if we have. I don't know if you guys want to stream for that long though.
Yeah, but he can go through them and keep some for this week. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Yeah,
Hey,
do it off the
Cellulite.
porch at Gmail.
I got you.
Yeah. Cellulite, what's motherfucking pop? Oh, we're ending. Cellulite, you could have came up, talked some shit with us. It's okay. All right. No. Yeah, it was a pretty good show. It wasn't all about fuckery today. We actually had some good conversations, and I enjoyed
Definitely did. Definitely did.
it. Jesus Christ. Wrestler, my main. What's going on, good sir?
Much, just a long night for me. Got some work to do.
Good.
I'll be there for the morning shows.
Good stuff. She said awesome. Corn Pops and Beastly Nerd.
No.
Got no closing thoughts. Just good show. Man. Everybody quit rage quitting.
Later, man.
That
Have a
was
good
some
night,
crazy motherfuckers did rage quit. All right, man. It was a blast having you guys up, man. I gotta get out here because I gotta start getting to bed at a reasonable time before my boss starts kicking my ass for falling asleep at work. You know, I mean, I don't fall asleep at work, but it's whatever.
All right, see you guys. Till tomorrow.
All right, now.
I'll see you guys.
For sure. Jeez, what's wrong with my damn mouse? All right, white lady, and then there was two of us. Okay, well, removing you. Boom. Now it's one. What am I doing? I'm lost in the sauce. Okay, here we go. All right, it was a great show, guys. Thanks for coming out. See you guys tomorrow at noon and 11. I guess it's gonna be 11 o'clock for LA's morning show. It's called Cuffing Season. No, I'm joking. It's what he said he wants to do a show in the morning. I don't know what's gonna be over it, what's the topic of the show or anything like that. It's just gonna be an hour before the noon show. So I would say 10:30, 11 o'clock. Look for his thumbnail, LA Wilkes, the Thin Black Line. If you're not sub, please go sub to his channel as well as Kai's Custom Designs LLC. Please just subscribe and get to them. Reach out to them, support them as much as y'all support me. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the cash app. Thanks for being in chat, being a part of the conversation, and having a conversation with us. Thank you all. I will see you guys tomorrow on LA Wilkes and Kai's Custom Designs as well. You guys have a wonderful night. We're out of here.